Why did a mighty Persian king, at the height of his power, reach out his hand to save a group of exiled Jews? Picture this scene, if you will. The year is 539 BC. In the heart of the Persian Empire sits Cyrus the Great, ruler of the largest empire the world has ever known. His armies stretch from the gates of India to the shores of Greece. Gold flows into his treasury from 100 conquered nations. And yet, in this moment of absolute power, he does something that defies every law of ancient conquest. He reaches out to help a forgotten people. This shouldn't have happened according to history, but it did. Before we dive deeper, take just a moment to hit that subscribe button. It truly helps bring these forgotten stories to more people who love history as much as you do. And while you're at it, grab your favorite blanket, maybe a cup of tea or coffee. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, you see, conquerors in the ancient world had a simple rule. They took slaves. They didn't set them free. They crushed foreign gods. They didn't protect them. They hoarded wealth. They didn't give it away. Yet here we have one of history's most puzzling moments. To understand why this moment was so extraordinary, you have to imagine what it felt like to be a Jew in the 6th century BC. Picture this. Your temple, the very heart of your world, the place where God himself was said to dwell, lies in smoking ruins. Your people have been dragged from their homeland in chains. For 70 long years, they have sat by the rivers of Babylon and wept. Their children have grown up speaking Babylonian, playing in Babylonian streets, worshiping in the shadow of Babylonian gods. These weren't just numbers in a history book. These were mothers who clutched their babies and wondered if they would ever see Jerusalem again. Fathers who told their children stories of the promised land, stories that must have seemed like fairy tales. Elderly men and women who closed their eyes each night, praying they might live to see home just one more time. And what of Cyrus? What kind of man chooses mercy when he could choose conquest? What kind of king picks compassion when he could pick cruelty? Here was a ruler who commanded the known world, who could have anything, take anything, destroy anything. So why would he care about a handful of exiled people who worshipped a god he'd never heard of? Tonight, I want to take you back 2,500 years to uncover the incredible true story behind one of history's most unlikely alliances. You'll discover not just what Cyrus did, but why he did it. We'll explore the political chess game, the divine prophecies, and the personal motivations that led to this extraordinary act of mercy. By the end of this story, you'll understand why the Jewish people gave this Persian king a title they had never given to any foreign ruler before or since. A title so sacred, it appears only twice in their entire scripture. Messiah, the Anointed One. This isn't just ancient history. This is a story about power and faith, about the moments when the course of human events takes a turn that no one could have predicted. So settle back now, perhaps pour yourself something warm to drink, and let me take you on a journey back through time. This is a story that deserves to be told slowly, carefully, because in its telling, we might just discover something profound about the nature of power, mercy, and the strange ways that history unfolds. Let us begin in the dust and ruins of an ancient world. The world before Cyrus' ancient Near East, setting the stage to understand the miracle that was about to unfold. We must first journey back to a world that would be almost unrecognizable to us today. The 7th and 6th centuries before Christ were a time when the very notion of human civilization hung by the thinnest of threads. This was not yet the age of philosophy or democracy, of literature or science as we know them. Instead, it was an age of bronze and iron, of mud brick and cedar wood, of kings who claimed to speak with gods, and gods who demanded rivers of blood. Picture, if you will, the ancient Near East in the year 600 BC, from the fertile valley of the Nile to the windswept plateaus of Anatolia, from the cedar forests of Lebanon to the scorching deserts of Arabia, a handful of great powers dominated this corner of the world. These were not nations as we understand them today, but rather sprawling empires built on conquest, held together by fear, and ruled by kings who saw themselves as divine agents on earth. In the south, along the life-giving waters of the Nile, stood the most ancient of all civilizations, Egypt. For over 2 millennia, the pharaohs had ruled from their palaces in Memphis and Thebes, constructing monuments that still defy comprehension. But by 600 BC, the glory of Egypt was beginning to fade. The great pyramid builders were already ancient history, and the pharaohs now ruled over a kingdom that had seen better days. Foreign dynasties had come and gone, Nubians from the south, Assyrians from the north, and though Egypt remained wealthy and influential, it was no longer the dominant force it had once been. The pharaoh Nekhshu II, who ruled at this time, was an ambitious man who dreamed of restoring Egypt's former glory. He launched grand projects, attempting to dig a canal connecting the Nile to the Red Sea, sending Phoenician sailors to circumnavigate Africa, and most fatefully, intervening in the power struggles of Mesopotamia. But these dreams would prove costly, and Egypt would soon find itself swept up in events far beyond its control. To the northeast, dominating the Fertile Crescent between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, lay the most feared empire of its age, Assyria. For 3 centuries, the Assyrian war machine had carved a path of destruction across the Near East. Their capital, Nineveh, was a city of breathtaking scale and terrifying purpose. Its walls stretched for miles, decorated with reliefs showing endless processions of conquered peoples bringing tribute to the Assyrian king. The royal palaces were filled with libraries containing tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets, recording not just the literature and science of Mesopotamia, but detailed accounts of Assyrian military campaigns. These campaigns were exercises in calculated terror. The Assyrians had perfected the art of psychological warfare, using mass deportations, public torture, and the systematic destruction of enemy cities to break the will of their opponents. When an Assyrian army approached, entire populations would flee in panic. Those who resisted faced fates designed to serve as warnings to others: crucifixion, flaying alive, or being forced to watch as their families were butchered before their eyes. The Assyrian king Ashurbanipal, who ruled until 627 BC, was perhaps the most powerful monarch of his age. From his throne in Nineveh, he commanded armies that stretched from the Persian Gulf to the borders of Egypt. His scribes kept meticulous records of tribute flowing in from dozens of subject peoples: gold from Nubia, silver from Anatolia, cedar wood from Lebanon, horses from the Iranian plateau. It seemed as though nothing could challenge Assyrian dominance. Yet even at the height of its power, cracks were beginning to show in the Assyrian edifice. The empire was simply too vast to govern effectively with the technology of the time. Communication between the capital and distant provinces took weeks or months. Local governors, appointed to rule in the king's name, often became semi-independent warlords, more concerned with their own interests than those of the empire. Most critically, the constant warfare that had built Assyria's empire was also draining its resources. The Assyrian heartland, the region around modern-day northern Iraq, simply didn't have enough people to garrison every corner of such a vast territory. In the mountainous regions to the north and east of Assyria, new powers were stirring. The Medes, an Iranian people related to the Persians, had been steadily organizing themselves into a formidable confederation. Their capital at Ecbatana, high in the Zagros Mountains, was becoming a center of power that increasingly challenged Assyrian authority. The Median king Cyaxares was a skilled military commander who had learned much from studying Assyrian tactics, but he also understood something the Assyrians had forgotten: that conquered peoples could become allies rather than simply subjects if treated with wisdom rather than cruelty. Further south, the marshlands and river valleys of Lower Mesopotamia, another ancient civilization was experiencing a remarkable renaissance. This was Babylon, heir to the traditions of Sumer and Akkad, keeper of the oldest written literature in human history. For centuries, Babylon had chafed under Assyrian rule, its proud temples serving foreign masters, its ancient rituals supervised by Assyrian officials. But in 626 BC, a Chaldean chieftain named Nabopolassar seized control of Babylon and declared independence from Assyria. The Chaldeans were a Semitic people who had migrated into southern Mesopotamia from the Arabian desert, and they brought with them both fierce fighting spirit and deep respect for Babylonian culture. Nabopolassar understood that to rule Babylon successfully, he would need to present himself not as a foreign conqueror, but as the rightful heir to its ancient traditions. The stage was thus set for one of history's most dramatic geopolitical shifts. By 615 BC, Babylon and Media had formed an alliance against their common Assyrian enemy. What followed was a conflict that would reshape the entire Near East and set in motion the events that would eventually bring Cyrus the Great to power. The war that destroyed Assyria was swift and brutal. In 614 BC, the Medes captured and sacked Ashur, the ancient religious capital of Assyria. 2 years later, in 612 BC, a combined Babylonian-Median army laid siege to Nineveh itself. The city that had seemed impregnable, with its massive walls and sophisticated defenses, fell after just 3 months. The destruction was so complete that within a few generations, the location of Nineveh was forgotten, and it would not be rediscovered until the 19th century. The fall of Nineveh sent shockwaves throughout the ancient world. Assyria, which had dominated the Near East for 3 centuries, simply ceased to exist as a major power. The last Assyrian king, Ashur-uballit II, fled to Haran in northern Syria, where he made a desperate attempt to rebuild his kingdom with Egyptian support. But in 609 BC, this final remnant of Assyrian power was extinguished forever. The destruction of Assyria created a power vacuum that would define Near Eastern politics for the next century. The victorious allies quickly divided the spoils. Media took control of the Iranian plateau and much of Anatolia, while Babylon inherited Assyria's possessions in Mesopotamia and Syria. Egypt, having backed the losing side, found itself increasingly isolated and vulnerable. But victory brought new challenges. Both Babylon and Media now ruled over territories far larger than they had ever controlled before, filled with diverse peoples who had their own traditions, languages, and loyalties. The question facing both empires was whether they could succeed where Assyria had ultimately failed. Could they create stable, lasting dominion over such vast and diverse territories? In Babylon, Nabopolassar's son, Nebuchadnezzar II, who came to the throne in 605 BC, seemed to have found the answer. Unlike the Assyrians, who had ruled through fear alone, Nebuchadnezzar combined military might with cultural patronage and administrative skill. He launched massive building projects that transformed Babylon into the most beautiful city in the world. The famous hanging gardens, the towering ziggurats that seemed to touch the sky, the Ishtar Gate with its brilliant blue glazed bricks, decorated with dragons and bulls. But Nebuchadnezzar's approach to governance was more sophisticated than mere architectural grandeur. He understood that the diverse peoples of his empire needed to feel that they had a stake in Babylonian success. Local traditions were respected, ancient temples were restored, and provincial administrators were often chosen from local elites rather than imposed from the capital. This was not democracy. The very concept would have been incomprehensible to people of this era, but it was a more enlightened form of autocracy than the world had previously known. Yet even this more enlightened approach had its limits, and those limits would be tested most severely in Nebuchadnezzar's dealings with a small but stubborn people on the western edge of his empire, the Jews of Judah. Life in this ancient world was harsh beyond our ability to fully comprehend. The vast majority of people were farmers, living in small villages that were little more than clusters of mud brick houses surrounded by fields of barley, wheat, and other grains. Most people never traveled more than a few miles from where they were born. They lived their entire lives without ever seeing a book, for literacy was the privilege of a tiny elite of scribes and priests. Religion permeated every aspect of existence in ways that would seem almost alien to modern minds. The gods were not distant philosophical concepts, but immediate, tangible presences who controlled every aspect of daily life. The success or failure of crops, the outcome of battles, the birth of children, the spread of disease, all of these were understood to be direct manifestations of divine will. People lived in constant awareness that they existed at the mercy of supernatural forces that could be benevolent or malevolent, predictable or capricious, but were always present and always watching. The great temples that dominated the skylines of ancient cities were not simply places of worship, but economic and political centers that controlled vast estates, employed thousands of people, and served as banks, schools, and administrative headquarters. The priests who served in these temples were among the most powerful people in society, for they alone were believed to possess the knowledge necessary to communicate with the gods and interpret their will. Trade networks crisscrossed this ancient world, carrying not just goods but ideas, technologies, and cultural practices from one end of the known world to the other. Mesopotamian merchants traveled as far as India and Central Asia to obtain the luxury goods that the wealthy demanded: spices, precious stones, fine textiles, and exotic animals. These same trade routes carried diplomatic correspondence between courts, military intelligence, and religious innovations. The development of writing, which had begun in Mesopotamia more than 3 millennia earlier, had by now created the first true international civilization. Cuneiform script, originally developed to record Sumerian, had been adapted to write dozens of different languages. Babylonian, written in cuneiform, served as the diplomatic language of the ancient world, much as Latin would later serve in medieval Europe, or English does today. Kings from Egypt to Iran conducted their correspondence in Babylonian, and scribes throughout the region studied Babylonian literature and law. This was the world into which the message of Jewish monotheism would soon be introduced, a world with the very idea that there might be only one God, ruling over all peoples and all nations, would have seemed not just foreign, but almost incomprehensible. The polytheistic worldview was so deeply ingrained that even the Jews themselves, as we shall see, struggled to maintain their faith in one God when surrounded by the overwhelming evidence of other nations, God's apparent power and success. The Jews in Babylonian exile. To understand the magnitude of what happened when Cyrus issued his famous decree, we must first comprehend the depths of trauma and loss from which the Jewish people were desperately seeking to emerge. The story of the Babylonian exile is not simply one of political conquest. It is a story of the near complete destruction of a way of life, a worldview, and an identity that had been centuries in the making. The kingdom of Judah in the early 6th century BC was a small and precarious state, caught between the great powers of its day like a reed bent by conflicting winds. To the south lay Egypt, still wealthy and influential despite its fading glory. To the north and east loomed the rising power of Babylon, heir to all the ambitions and much of the territory of the fallen Assyrian Empire. Judah's survival depended on its ability to navigate between these competing forces, but this was a game of diplomacy that few small nations could play successfully for long. The last kings of Judah were tragic figures, men who inherited an impossible situation and made it worse through their own failings and miscalculations. Jehoiakim, who ruled from 609 to 598 BC, made the fatal error of switching his allegiance from Babylon to Egypt at precisely the wrong moment. When Nebuchadnezzar II decisively defeated the Egyptians at the Battle of Carchemish in 605 BC, Judah found itself on the losing side of a conflict that would determine the fate of the entire region. Nebuchadnezzar was not initially interested in destroying Judah. The Babylonian approach to empire was more sophisticated than mere conquest and exploitation. They preferred to rule through local elites, who could be trusted to maintain order and ensure the regular payment of tribute. When Jehoiakim rebelled in 601 BC, Nebuchadnezzar's initial response was measured. He sent raiders to harass Judean territory and pressure the king to return to his allegiance. But he did not immediately launch a full-scale invasion. It was only when Jehoiakim's son and successor, Jehoiachin, continued his father's defiant policies that Nebuchadnezzar decided more drastic action was necessary. In 597 BC, Babylonian armies surrounded Jerusalem. The siege was brief. The city surrendered after just 3 months, but its consequences were momentous. Nebuchadnezzar deported the young king Jehoiachin, along with about 10,000 of Jerusalem's leading citizens, nobles, priests, craftsmen, and soldiers. These were not random deportees, but precisely the people who formed the backbone of Judean society. This first deportation was a calculated political move, designed to remove potential sources of rebellion while leaving the basic structure of the kingdom intact. Nebuchadnezzar installed Jehoiachin's uncle, Zedekiah, as a puppet king and extracted promises of loyalty. The Babylonian king may have believed that the lesson had been learned, that Judah would now accept its place as a subordinate ally rather than attempting futile acts of rebellion. But Zedekiah proved to be even more stubborn and politically inept than his predecessors. Encouraged by Egyptian promises of support, and perhaps believing that Babylon was too distracted by other conflicts to respond effectively, he too rebelled against Babylonian rule. This time, Nebuchadnezzar's patience was exhausted. In 588 BC, Babylonian armies again surrounded Jerusalem, but this siege would be far different from the brief affair of a decade earlier. The siege of Jerusalem, that began in 588 BC and lasted until 586 BC, was one of the most devastating conflicts described in ancient literature. The Babylonians, determined to make an example that would discourage future rebellions, employed every technique of siege warfare known to their age. They built ramparts around the city, cutting off all supply routes and preventing any possibility of relief. They constructed siege towers and battering rams, slowly wearing down the city's defenses. Inside Jerusalem, conditions quickly became desperate. The prophet Jeremiah, who lived through these events, has left us harrowing descriptions of the suffering endured by the city's inhabitants. Food supplies ran out, and people were reduced to eating anything they could find. Disease spread rapidly through the overcrowded, unsanitary conditions. Parents were forced to make unthinkable choices about which of their children might have the best chance of survival. The psychological impact of the siege may have been even more devastating than the physical suffering. Jerusalem was not just the political capital of Judah. It was the holy city, the place where God himself was believed to dwell in the temple built by Solomon. The city's walls and gates were not merely military fortifications, but sacred barriers that protected the most holy place on earth. As those walls were slowly broken down by Babylonian siege engines, it must have seemed to many that the very foundations of reality were crumbling. The end, when it came, was swift and terrible. In the summer of 586 BC, the Babylonians finally breached Jerusalem's walls. King Zedekiah attempted to flee with his family and bodyguard, but they were captured near Jericho. What followed was a scene of calculated cruelty designed to demonstrate the consequences of defying Babylonian authority. Zedekiah was forced to watch as his sons were executed before his eyes, and then his own eyes were put out, ensuring that this horrific scene would be the last thing he ever saw. He was then taken in chains to Babylon, where he would die in prison. But the fate of the king was only the beginning of Jerusalem's agony. Nebuchadnezzar's general, Nebuzaradan, was given orders to ensure that Jerusalem could never again serve as a center of rebellion. The temple, the spiritual heart of Jewish civilization, was systematically looted and then burned to the ground. The palace complex was destroyed. The city's walls were torn down stone by stone. Houses were burned, and much of the population was deported to Babylon. The destruction of the first temple was an event of such traumatic significance that its effects reverberate through Jewish consciousness to this day. This was not simply the destruction of a building, but the apparent death of God himself. In the ancient world, temples were understood to be the actual dwelling places of the gods. When a temple was destroyed, it meant either that the god had abandoned his people or that he had been defeated by more powerful deities. For a people whose entire identity was built around their special relationship with the one true God, the burning of the temple raised questions that struck at the very core of their existence. The biblical book of Lamentations, composed in the immediate aftermath of Jerusalem's destruction, captures something of the psychological devastation experienced by the survivors. How lonely sits the city that was full of people. How like a widow has she become, she who was great among the nations. She who was a princess among the provinces has become a slave. She weeps bitterly in the night, with tears on her cheeks. Among all her lovers she has none to comfort her. All her friends have dealt treacherously with her. They have become her enemies. The deportation that followed Jerusalem's destruction was far more extensive than the earlier exile of 597 BC. While exact numbers are debated by historians, it appears that the majority of Judah's educated, skilled, and wealthy population was forcibly relocated to Babylon. These deportees included not only political and religious leaders, but also craftsmen, merchants, and farmers whose expertise was valued by their captors. The Babylonians were not interested in simple destruction. They wanted to harvest the human resources of conquered territories for their own benefit. The journey to Babylon was itself a trauma that would be remembered for generations. Imagine, if you will, the experience of a Jerusalem priest or merchant who had never traveled more than a few dozen miles from the city of his birth, suddenly forced to march hundreds of miles across desert and mountain to a completely foreign land. These were not young soldiers accustomed to hardship, but entire families, including elderly grandparents and nursing infants. Many did not survive the journey. Those who did arrive in Babylon found themselves in a world that was both magnificent and alien. Babylon in the 6th century BC was arguably the greatest city that had ever existed. Its walls were so massive that 2 chariots could race side by side along their tops. The Hanging Gardens, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, cascaded down the sides of terraced towers in defiance of the desert climate. The Ishtar Gate, decorated with brilliant blue glazed bricks and golden reliefs of dragons and bulls, proclaimed the power and glory of Babylonian civilization to all who entered the city. But for the Jewish exiles, this magnificence was a constant reminder of their own powerlessness and loss. Every temple they saw dedicated to Marduk or Ishtar was a reminder that their own temple lay in ashes. Every procession honoring Babylonian gods was evidence of the apparent victory of false deities over the God of Israel. The very splendor of Babylon seemed to mock their faith and their suffering. The Babylonians, unlike the Assyrians before them, did not simply scatter their deportees randomly throughout the empire. Instead, they established specific settlements where groups of exiles could maintain their ethnic and cultural identity while remaining under careful supervision. The Jewish exiles were settled primarily in the region around the city of Nippur, in small towns and agricultural communities along the canals that crisscrossed the Mesopotamian countryside. This policy reflected a sophisticated understanding of human psychology and imperial administration. The Babylonians recognized that completely atomizing conquered peoples often led to desperate resistance and unproductive subjects. By allowing cultural communities to persist within carefully controlled parameters, they could maintain order while still benefiting from the skills and labor of their subjects. For the Jewish exiles, this meant that they could continue to practice their religion, maintain their social structures, and preserve their cultural traditions, but always with the awareness that they did so at the sufferance of their captors. They were permitted to build homes and plant gardens, to marry and raise children, to conduct business and accumulate wealth. Some, indeed, prospered greatly in their new environment, rising to positions of influence within the Babylonian administration. But prosperity could not heal the fundamental wound that exile had inflicted on Jewish identity. For this was a people whose entire understanding of their relationship with God was tied to a specific piece of land, a particular city, and above all, a unique building where heaven and earth were believed to meet. The temple in Jerusalem was not simply one holy place among many. It was the only place on earth where the God of Israel could be properly worshipped, where sacrifices could be offered, where the presence of the divine could be encountered. Without the temple, fundamental aspects of Jewish religious life became impossible. The elaborate system of animal sacrifices that formed the heart of worship could not be performed. The great festivals that marked the rhythm of the religious year lost much of their meaning when celebrated far from the holy city. The priesthood, whose entire identity was bound up with temple service, found themselves without a clear role or purpose. Even more devastating was the theological crisis that exile precipitated. The destruction of Jerusalem and the temple seemed to contradict everything the Jewish people had been taught about their God. They had been told that they were the chosen people, specially beloved by the Creator of the universe. They had been promised that their dynasty would endure forever, that their city would never be conquered, that their temple would stand as an eternal sign of God's presence among them. Now all of these promises lay in ruins. Their kings were dead or imprisoned, their city was destroyed, their temple was ashes, and they themselves were slaves in a foreign land. Meanwhile, the gods of their captors seemed to flourish. Marduk and Nabo received lavish offerings in magnificent temples. The Babylonian king prospered and expanded his empire. By every measure that the ancient world used to judge the power of gods, the deities of Babylon had proven themselves superior to the God of Israel. It would have been perfectly understandable indeed. It would have been the normal historical pattern for the Jewish exiles to gradually abandon their ancestral faith and assimilate into Babylonian culture. This is what had happened to the northern kingdom of Israel when it was conquered by the Assyrians in 722 BC. The 10 northern tribes had been scattered and had gradually disappeared into the populations among whom they were settled, becoming the lost tribes of later legend. But something extraordinary happened in Babylon. Instead of abandoning their faith, many of the Jewish exiles experienced a deepening and purification of their religious understanding. The trauma of exile forced them to confront fundamental questions about the nature of God, the meaning of their chosenness, and the purpose of their suffering. Out of this spiritual crisis emerged new forms of Jewish thought and practice that would prove more durable and adaptable than anything that had existed before. The dream of return. In the darkness of exile, separated from everything they had once considered sacred and permanent, the Jewish people began to dream of return. But this was not simply nostalgia for a lost homeland. It was something far more profound and transformative. The dream of return became the organizing principle around which a new understanding of Jewish identity, divine purpose, and human history would be constructed. The physical realities of exile in Babylon were, in many ways, less harsh than might have been expected. The Babylonians, as we have seen, were relatively enlightened conquerors who allowed their subject peoples to maintain their cultural identities and even achieve economic prosperity. Archaeological evidence suggests that many Jewish families in Babylon lived comfortable lives, engaging in agriculture, crafts, and trade. Some rose to positions of considerable influence within the Babylonian administrative system. But material comfort could not address the spiritual and psychological wounds that exile had inflicted. The very success that some Jews achieved in Babylon seemed to make their situation more painful rather than less so. They were successful, but they were successful as strangers in a strange land. They were prosperous, but their prosperity felt hollow because it was built on the ruins of everything they had once held sacred. They had homes, but they were not home. This tension between material success and spiritual homelessness permeates the literature that emerged from the Babylonian exile. Psalm 137, one of the most poignant expressions of exile experience ever written, begins with words that have echoed through the centuries. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat and wept when we remembered Zion. On the willows there we hung up our lyres. For there our captors required of us songs, and our tormentors mirth, saying, "Sing us one of the songs of Zion." How shall we sing the Lord's song in a foreign land? The psalmist captures perfectly the central dilemma of exile. How do you maintain your identity and faith when everything that once gave that identity meaning has been taken away? How do you worship a God whose temple has been destroyed in a land where that God seems to have no power or presence? How do you preserve traditions that were designed for one specific time and place when you find yourself in completely different circumstances? These questions were not merely philosophical, they were matters of immediate practical urgency. Jewish religious life had been centered around the temple and its rituals. Without the temple, how could they offer sacrifices? Without Jerusalem, how could they celebrate the pilgrimage festivals? Without the promised land, what did it mean to be the chosen people? The response that emerged from these challenges was nothing short of revolutionary. Unable to maintain their faith through the traditional means of temple worship and territorial identity, the Jewish exiles began to develop new forms of religious expression that would prove to be far more adaptable and enduring than what had come before. The institution of the synagogue, which would become central to Jewish life for the next 2.5 millennia, appears to have originated during the Babylonian exile. Without access to the temple, Jewish communities began gathering in smaller local assemblies for prayer, study, and mutual support. These gatherings were not attempts to replace the temple, it was considered impossible, but rather to create spaces where Jewish identity could be maintained until the temple could be rebuilt. Even more significant was the development of what we might call portable forms of Jewish practice. The elaborate sacrificial system could only be performed in Jerusalem, but other aspects of Jewish law and custom could be observed anywhere. Dietary laws, Sabbath observance, circumcision, and other distinctive practices took on new importance as markers of Jewish identity that could be maintained regardless of geographical location. The exile also produced an unprecedented flowering of Jewish literary and prophetic activity. It was during this period that much of what we now know as the Hebrew Bible was compiled, edited, and given its final form. The stories of the patriarchs, the account of the Exodus from Egypt, the laws given at Mount Sinai, all of these ancient traditions were woven together into a coherent narrative that explained both how the Jewish people had arrived at their current circumstances and how they might transcend them. But perhaps the most important development of the exile period was the emergence of what scholars call Second Isaiah, the unknown prophet, whose words are preserved in chapters 40 to 55 of the book of Isaiah. This figure, writing sometime during the later years of the Babylonian exile, produced some of the most sublime and influential religious poetry in human history. Second Isaiah's message was revolutionary in several ways. First, he proclaimed that the God of Israel was not merely the tribal deity of a small nation, but the creator and ruler of the entire universe. Other gods, he declared, were mere idols, lifeless statues created by human hands. Only the God of Israel was real, and therefore, only he had the power to save his people from their current predicament. This was an astonishing claim to make in the heart of Babylon, surrounded by temples to Marduk and Ishtar, that received the worship of millions and seemed to be blessed with obvious success and power. But Second Isaiah went even further, declaring that the very success of Babylon was part of God's plan. Nebuchadnezzar had been allowed to conquer Jerusalem, not because he was more powerful than the God of Israel, but because God had used him as an instrument of punishment for Jewish sins. This theological reinterpretation of recent history was psychologically liberating for the exiles. It meant that their suffering was not evidence of God's weakness or abandonment, but rather of his continued involvement in their affairs. They had not been defeated by superior gods, but disciplined by their own God for their own benefit. The destruction of Jerusalem and the exile to Babylon were not the end of their story, but a necessary prelude to an even greater demonstration of divine power and mercy. But 2nd Isaiah's most radical message concerned the future. The same God who had used Babylon to punish his people would soon use another instrument to redeem them. A new king was coming, a ruler who would overthrow Babylon and restore the Jewish people to their homeland. This king would not be Jewish indeed. He might not even worship the God of Israel, but he would nonetheless serve as God's anointed agent, his Messiah. The Hebrew word Messiah simply means anointed one, and was commonly used to refer to kings who were consecrated to their office through a ceremony involving the pouring of sacred oil on their heads. But in the context of 2nd Isaiah's prophecies, the term took on much deeper significance. This coming Messiah would not simply be another political ruler, but the agent through whom God would demonstrate his sovereignty over all nations and all history. Most remarkably, 2nd Isaiah actually named this coming Messiah. In a passage that must have seemed almost incomprehensible to its original audience, the prophet declared, "Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped, to subdue nations before him, and to loose the belts of kings, to open doors before him, that gates may not be closed. I will go before you and level the exalted places. I will break in pieces the doors of bronze, and cut through the bars of iron. I will give you the treasures of darkness, and the hoards in secret places, that you may know that it is I, the Lord, the God of Israel, who call you by your name." This prophecy, naming Cyrus of Persia as God's anointed deliverer, was either written with extraordinary prescience or edited after the fact to reflect events that had already begun to unfold. Either way, it represents a theological breakthrough of stunning significance. For the first time in recorded history, a foreign, non-Jewish, possibly non-monotheistic ruler was being proclaimed as the chosen agent of the God of Israel. The implications of this declaration reverberated far beyond the immediate circumstances of the Babylonian exile. If God could use foreign rulers to accomplish his purposes, then his sovereignty extended beyond the boundaries of any single nation or people. If a Persian king could be called Messiah, then God's plan of salvation was not limited to the descendants of Abraham, but encompassed all of humanity. This universalist vision represented a complete transformation of Jewish religious thought. The God who had once been understood primarily as the patron deity of a particular people in a particular land was now being proclaimed as the Lord of all nations and all history. The covenant that had once been seen as an exclusive relationship between God and Israel was now understood as part of a larger, divine plan that would ultimately bring blessing to all peoples. But 2nd Isaiah's prophecies were not merely theological abstractions. They were words of hope addressed to a people who desperately needed reasons to believe that their suffering had meaning and that their future held promise. The prophet painted vivid pictures of the restoration that was to come. "Comfort, comfort my people, says your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem, and cry to her that her warfare is ended, that her iniquity is pardoned, that she has received from the Lord's hand double for all her sins." A voice cries, "In the wilderness prepare the way of the Lord. Make straight in the desert a highway for our God. Every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain and hill be made low. The uneven ground shall become level, and the rough places a plain. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken." These words, which would later be immortalized in Handel's Messiah, spoke directly to the deepest longings of the exiled community. They promised not just political restoration, but spiritual renewal. They envisioned not just a return to the old ways, but the inauguration of a new era in which God's glory would be revealed to all humanity. The prophetess imagery of highway construction was particularly powerful for an audience that had experienced the trauma of forced deportation across hundreds of miles of desert. The journey to Babylon had been a march of death and despair, but the return journey would be a royal processional, with God himself preparing the way and smoothing the path for his people's homecoming. Other prophetic voices joined 2nd Isaiah in proclaiming this message of hope. Ezekiel, who had been among the first group of exiles, deported in 597 BC, received visions of the restored temple that were so detailed they read like architectural blueprints. He saw the glory of God, which had departed from the destroyed temple in Jerusalem, returning to take up residence in a new and more magnificent sanctuary. Ezekiel's vision was not simply of physical reconstruction, but of spiritual transformation. The people who would return from exile would not be the same people who had been sent away. God would give them a new heart and a new spirit, removing their heart of stone and giving them a heart of flesh. The covenant relationship that had been broken by sin and rebellion would be renewed and made unbreakable. The book of Daniel, though written in its final form much later, reflects the hopes and fears of the exile period. Its stories of Jewish heroes maintaining their faith despite persecution, and its visions of ultimate divine victory over earthly empires spoke to a community that needed reassurance that their God remained in control even when circumstances suggested otherwise. But perhaps the most poignant expression of the exiles' longing for return is found in the communal lamentations that were composed during this period. These were not the private prayers of individuals, but the collective voice of a people crying out for redemption. Psalm 126, though possibly written after the return had already begun, captures the emotional intensity of this longing. When the Lord restored the fortunes of Zion, we were like those who dream. Then our mouth was filled with laughter, and our tongue with shouts of joy. Then they said among the nations, "The Lord has done great things for them. The Lord has done great things for us. We are glad. Restore our fortunes, O Lord, like streams in the Negev. Those who sow in tears shall reap with shouts of joy. He who goes out weeping, bearing the seed for sowing, shall come home with shouts of joy, bringing his sheaves with him." The metaphor of sowing in tears and reaping with joy perfectly captured the exile experience. The deportation to Babylon had been a time of weeping, but it was also a time of planting seeds of hope, faith, and renewed understanding that would eventually bear fruit in restoration and renewal. The dream of return was not simply about going back to the way things had been before. The prophets made it clear that the restoration would be greater than the original. The new temple would be more glorious than Solomon's temple. The new Jerusalem would be more beautiful than the old. The new covenant would be more secure than the original covenant. The people who returned would be more faithful than their ancestors had been. This vision of restoration as improvement, rather than mere recovery, was psychologically crucial for maintaining hope during the long years of exile. It meant that their suffering was not meaningless, but was actually contributing to a greater good. They were not simply victims of historical circumstance, but participants in a divine plan that would ultimately benefit not only themselves, but all humanity. The emphasis on the universal scope of God's plan was particularly important for a community that was struggling with questions of identity and belonging. If they were truly God's chosen people, why had they been defeated and exiled? If their God was truly supreme, why did the gods of their captors seem to be more successful? The answer provided by the prophets was that their apparent defeat was actually part of a larger victory, and their exile was a necessary step toward a universal revelation of God's sovereignty. This theological framework allowed the exiles to maintain their sense of chosenness while also developing a more inclusive understanding of God's purposes. They were still the chosen people, but they were chosen not for their own sake alone, but to be a light to the nations and a covenant for the people. Their restoration would be a sign to all humanity of God's power and mercy. The practical implications of this vision were enormous. It meant that the restored Jewish community would have a mission that extended far beyond their own borders. They would not simply be rebuilding their own nation, but establishing a beacon of divine truth that would attract people from all nations to the worship of the one true God. This missionary dimension of post-exilic Judaism would prove to be one of its most distinctive and influential characteristics. The Jewish communities that spread throughout the ancient world following the Babylonian exile were not simply diaspora populations maintaining their ethnic identity, but active centers of religious influence that attracted converts and sympathizers from among the Gentile populations. The dream of return also involved a profound reimagining of Jewish law and practice. The elaborate system of temple worship that had characterized pre-exilic religion would be restored, but it would be supplemented by new forms of religious expression that had been developed during the exile. The synagogue would continue to exist alongside the temple. The study of Scripture would be elevated to a level of importance equal to sacrificial worship. The role of the scribe and the teacher would be enhanced to match that of the priest. Most significantly, the experience of exile had taught the Jewish people that their relationship with God was not dependent on their physical location or political circumstances. They had learned to worship God in Babylon, to maintain their identity as his people even when separated from the promised land, to find meaning and purpose even in the midst of apparent defeat and abandonment. This discovery would prove to be one of the most important developments in the history of religion. It meant that Jewish faith could survive the destruction of its physical and political foundations. It could adapt to new circumstances, spread to new locations, and maintain its essential character even when everything else changed. The theological insights gained during the Babylonian exile would prove prescient when, centuries later, the Second Temple would also be destroyed, and the Jewish people would face an even longer and more difficult period of diaspora existence. The foundations laid during the 6th century BC would enable Judaism to survive and even flourish during nearly 2 millennia of dispersion. But in the middle of the 6th century BC, these future developments could hardly be imagined. The Jewish exiles in Babylon were focused on a much more immediate hope, the possibility that they might live, to see the fulfillment of the prophetic promises that they might actually return to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple that lay in ruins. As the years passed and the political situation in the Near East began to shift, that hope began to seem less like a distant dream and more like an approaching reality. Reports reached Babylon of a new power rising in the east, of a Persian king named Cyrus, who was conquering territory after territory and treating his subjects with unprecedented mercy and tolerance. Could this be the foreign Messiah whom 2nd Isaiah had proclaimed? Could the time of restoration finally be at hand? The emotional intensity of this period of anticipation is captured in the later chapters of Isaiah, where the prophet's voice shifts from proclamation to urgent preparation. Awake, awake, put on your strength, O Zion. Put on your beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city. For there shall no more come into you the uncircumcised and the unclean. Shake yourself from the dust and arise. Sit enthroned, O Jerusalem. Loose the bonds from your neck, O captive daughter of Zion. These were not the words of a defeated people resigned to their fate, but of a community that sensed that their moment of liberation was approaching. They were words of preparation, calling the exiles to ready themselves for the great transformation that was about to unfold. The dream of return had sustained the Jewish people through nearly 50 years of exile. It had given meaning to their suffering, purpose to their preservation of tradition, and hope for their future. But dreams, no matter how powerful, remain only dreams until they encounter the forces of history that can make them reality. In the middle of the 6th century BC, those forces were gathering in the form of a Persian prince named Cyrus, whose armies were advancing westward toward the gates of Babylon itself. The collision between Jewish dreams and Persian ambitions was about to produce one of the most remarkable events in ancient history, an event that would be remembered and celebrated for thousands of years to come as evidence of divine intervention in human affairs. But to understand why Cyrus would make the extraordinary decision to release the Jewish exiles and support the rebuilding of their temple, we must first examine the man himself and the empire he was creating. For Cyrus was no ordinary conqueror, and the Persian Empire was unlike any that had come before it. The secret of Persian success lay not in superior military technology or more ruthless tactics, but in a revolutionary approach to governance that would set the pattern for multicultural empires for centuries to come. The stage was set, the players were in position, and the moment of collision between Jewish hope and Persian power was approaching. What happened next would astonish the ancient world and echo through history as one of the most remarkable demonstrations of the complex interplay between human ambition and divine purpose that shapes the course of civilizations. The rise of Cyrus the Great, origins and early life. In the vast plateau that stretches between the Zagros Mountains and the deserts of Central Asia, where the wind carries the scent of wild roses and the distant echo of nomadic songs, a child was born who would reshape the ancient world. The year was approximately 600 BC, and the place was the rugged heartland of a people who had lived for centuries in the shadow of greater powers, waiting for their moment to emerge from obscurity and claim their destiny. The Persians called this child Kurush, though history would know him by the Greek rendering of his name, Cyrus. But even before his birth, legend had begun to weave itself around his story, creating a tapestry of myth and prophecy that would make his eventual rise seem not merely the product of human ambition, but the fulfillment of cosmic design. According to the stories that circulated in later years, stories that may have been encouraged by Cyrus himself as a means of legitimizing his rule, his grandfather Astyages, king of the Medes, had received a disturbing dream. In this vision, he saw a vine growing from the womb of his daughter Mandane, a vine that spread until it covered all of Asia. The court magicians, those ancient interpreters of divine will, declared the dream's meaning. Mandane's son would one day overthrow his grandfather and rule the known world. Determined to prevent this prophecy from coming to pass, Astyages arranged for his daughter to marry beneath her station, not to a Median noble who might use the child to advance his own ambitions, but to a Persian chieftain named Cambyses. The Persians, after all, were vassals of the Medes, a hardy but relatively insignificant people who posed no apparent threat to Median supremacy. Surely a half-Persian grandson could never fulfill such a grandiose prophecy. But the gods, it seemed, were not so easily thwarted. When Mandane gave birth to a son, Astyages experienced another dream, even more terrifying than the first. This time he saw the child urinating so copiously that the stream became a river, then a flood that inundated the entire empire. The message was unmistakable. This grandson would not merely threaten Median rule, he would sweep it away entirely. The legend continues with familiar motifs that echo across cultures and centuries. Unable to bring himself to murder his own grandson directly, Astyages entrusted the infant to his most loyal courtier, Harpagus, with orders to dispose of the child. But Harpagus, whether from compassion or superstition, could not bring himself to kill a royal infant. Instead, he passed the child to a shepherd, instructing him to leave the baby exposed on a mountainside where wild beasts would finish what human hands could not bring themselves to begin. The shepherd, however, discovered that his own wife had just given birth to a stillborn child. In a moment of pity that would alter the course of history, the couple decided to raise the royal infant as their own, burying their dead child in the rich clothing that had marked the baby as nobility. For 10 years, the future King of Kings grew up in a humble shepherd's cottage, learning the harsh lessons of mountain life, developing the physical toughness and practical wisdom that would later serve him well in his conquests. The truth emerged, as truth often does in such stories, through a childhood game that revealed the boy's natural authority. When playing king with other children, young Cyrus displayed such commanding presence and natural leadership that the other boys instinctively obeyed him, all except one, the son of a Median nobleman who resented taking orders from what he believed to be a mere shepherd's child. When Cyrus had the boy flogged for disobedience, the nobleman complained to King Astyages about the presumptuous shepherd's son who dared to punish his betters. Astyages summoned the boy to court, and one look at the child's face revealed the truth that had been hidden for a decade. The resemblance to his daughter Mandane was unmistakable. The grandson he had tried to destroy had not only survived, but was displaying exactly the kind of natural kingship that the prophecies had foretold. But rather than attempting to murder the boy again, Astyages chose a different form of revenge. He invited Harpagus to a feast, serving him what appeared to be a sumptuous banquet of roasted meat. Only after Harpagus had eaten his fill did the king reveal the true nature of the meal. It was the flesh of Harpagus's own son, cooked and served as punishment for his disobedience in failing to kill the infant Cyrus. This act of monstrous cruelty would prove to be Astyages' greatest mistake. Rather than terrorizing Harpagus into submission, it transformed him into an implacable enemy who would spend the rest of his life plotting the king's destruction. The man who might have remained a loyal courtier became the secret architect of a rebellion that would bring down the Median Empire and elevate the shepherd's foundling to unprecedented heights of power. Whether these stories contain any historical truth is impossible to determine with certainty. Similar tales of royal children, saved from murderous relatives and raised in humble circumstances, appear in cultures around the world. From the biblical account of Moses to the Roman legend of Romulus and Remus, they may reflect genuine historical memories, or they may simply represent the human tendency to explain extraordinary achievements through extraordinary origins. What we can say with greater confidence is that the historical Cyrus was born into a world that was ripe for the kind of transformation he would bring about. The ancient Near East in the 6th century BC was dominated by three great powers, each supreme within its own sphere, but increasingly vulnerable to challenge from ambitious rivals. To the east and north, the Median Empire controlled the Iranian plateau and much of what is now Turkey. The Medes had risen to prominence by allying with Babylon to destroy the hated Assyrian Empire, and their king Astyages ruled from his capital at Ecbatana with the confidence of a man whose realm seemed secure from all threats. To the west, across the Aegean Sea, the kingdom of Lydia under King Croesus had become synonymous with fabulous wealth. The Lydians had invented coinage, and their control of trade routes between Asia and Europe had made them the bankers of the ancient world. Croesus himself had become a figure of legend, the man whose name would forever be associated with incredible riches. To the south, the Neo-Babylonian Empire under Nabonidus controlled Mesopotamia and the Levant. This was the empire that held the Jewish exiles in captivity, the inheritor of thousands of years of Mesopotamian civilization with its great cities, elaborate temples, and sophisticated administrative systems. Each of these empires appeared formidable in its own right, protected by natural barriers, defended by professional armies, and ruled by kings who could trace their authority back through generations of successful predecessors. But appearances, as Cyrus would demonstrate, could be deceiving. The very success of these empires had bred the complacency and internal contradictions that would make them vulnerable to a challenger who combined military genius with political innovation. The Persia into which Cyrus was born occupied a position of apparent insignificance in this great power balance. The Persian tribes were vassals of the Medes, obligated to provide tribute and military service, but otherwise left to manage their own affairs in the harsh but beautiful landscape of what is now southwestern Iran. This landscape would play a crucial role in shaping the character of the people who would soon dominate the ancient world. The Persian homeland was a land of dramatic contrasts, fertile valleys separated by rugged mountains, oasis cities surrounded by vast deserts, regions of stunning natural beauty bordered by terrain so harsh it could kill the unprepared traveler. It was a landscape that demanded both resilience and adaptability from those who would master it. The climate was equally demanding. Summers brought scorching heat that could reach temperatures of 120 degrees Fahrenheit, while winters in the mountains could be brutally cold. The annual rainfall was sparse and unpredictable, making agriculture a constant gamble against drought. Water was precious, carefully managed through an ingenious system of underground channels called kanets that brought mountain snowmelt to distant oases. These harsh conditions produced a people of remarkable toughness and resourcefulness. Persian society was organized around the principle of martial excellence, with young men trained from childhood in what the Greeks would later call the three essential skills: riding, archery, and telling the truth. The first two were practical necessities in a land where survival often depended on mobility and the ability to hunt or fight effectively. The third reflected a cultural value. It would become one of the distinguishing characteristics of Persian civilization. The emphasis on truth-telling was not merely a moral principle, but a practical necessity in a society where trust between individuals could mean the difference between life and death. In the harsh Persian environment, where small groups of travelers might depend on each other for survival during long journeys across dangerous terrain, deception could have fatal consequences. A culture that placed supreme value on reliability and honesty was more likely to survive and prosper than one that tolerated lies and betrayal. This cultural emphasis on truth would later find expression in the Persian religion of Zoroastrianism, with its cosmic struggle between Ahura Mazda, the god of truth and light, and Ahriman, the spirit of lies and darkness. Whether Cyrus himself was a Zoroastrian is uncertain, but the values of this faith, the importance of choosing truth over falsehood, light over darkness, justice over oppression, would become central to his approach to governance. The Persian social structure was relatively egalitarian compared to the rigid hierarchies that characterized the older civilizations of Mesopotamia and Egypt. While there were certainly distinctions of rank and wealth, Persian society retained much of the democratic spirit of its nomadic origins. Kings were expected to be accessible to their subjects, to listen to advice from their counselors, and to justify their decisions based on their wisdom and effectiveness rather than simply their inherited authority. This tradition of consultation and explanation would prove crucial to Cyrus's later success as a conqueror. Unlike the despotic rulers of other empires, who maintained their authority through fear and brutal suppression of dissent, Cyrus would demonstrate a remarkable ability to convince his subjects, both Persian and conquered peoples, that his rule was not only legitimate but beneficial. The religious landscape of Persia was equally distinctive. While the older civilizations of the Near East had developed elaborate pantheons of gods associated with particular cities, natural forces, or aspects of human experience, Persian religion tended toward a simpler, more abstract conception of divinity. The supreme god Ahura Mazda was not merely one deity among many, but the creator and sustainer of the entire universe, the source of all truth and justice. This monotheistic or quasi-monotheistic tendency in Persian religion would prove to have profound implications for Cyrus's treatment of conquered peoples. A ruler who believed in a universal God of truth and justice was more likely to see foreign peoples as fellow creations of that same deity, deserving of fair treatment, than was a ruler whose God was merely the patron deity of his own particular tribe or city. The economic foundation of Persian society was a mixture of pastoralism, agriculture, and trade. The Persian tribes maintained large herds of horses, cattle, sheep, and goats, moving them seasonally between summer pastures in the mountains and winter grazing areas in the valleys. This pastoral lifestyle required excellent horsemanship and intimate knowledge of the terrain, skills that would prove invaluable when these same tribes became the cavalry forces of Cyrus's armies. Agriculture was practiced wherever water was available, with Persian farmers developing sophisticated techniques for maximizing crop yields in an arid environment. The famous Persian gardens, with their careful geometric layouts, and elaborate irrigation systems represented not merely aesthetic achievement, but practical mastery of water management in a challenging climate. Trade was equally important, as Persia's location between the civilizations of Mesopotamia and the nomadic peoples of Central Asia made it a natural crossroads for commercial exchange. Persian merchants were known throughout the ancient world for their honesty and reliability, qualities that reflected the cultural values we have already discussed, but also served practical purposes in establishing the trust relationships that made long-distance trade possible. It was into this world of harsh beauty, demanding challenges, and distinctive values that Cyrus was born around 600 BC. Whether he was actually the grandson of the Median king, as legend claimed, or simply the son of a Persian chieftain, as more sober historians suggest, he would have been raised according to the traditional Persian system of education that emphasized physical fitness, military skills, and moral character. The Persian method of child rearing was designed to produce warriors and leaders who could function effectively in the demanding environment of the Iranian plateau. Boys were taken from their mothers at the age of 5 and placed in the care of male relatives or retainers who would oversee their education until they reached adulthood. This education included not only the famous trilogy of riding, archery, and truth-telling, but also training in strategy, diplomacy, and the practical skills of leadership. Young Persian nobles were expected to accompany their fathers and other adult males on hunting expeditions, military campaigns, and diplomatic missions. These experiences provided hands-on training in the realities of power and authority, teaching future leaders how to make quick decisions under pressure, how to inspire loyalty in their followers, and how to negotiate effectively with both allies and enemies. The hunting expeditions were particularly important, as they provided a kind of military training that was both practical and enjoyable. Persian hunts were elaborate affairs that required the same kinds of planning, coordination, and tactical thinking that would later be employed in military campaigns. Young men learned to work together as teams, to follow complex battle plans, and to show courage in the face of dangerous prey. These hunts also served a religious purpose, as they were seen as symbolic reenactments of the cosmic struggle between order and chaos, civilization and wilderness. The successful hunter was not merely displaying his skill and courage, but participating in the ongoing work of creation by imposing order on the chaotic forces of nature. The emphasis on physical fitness was not merely practical but philosophical. Persian culture held that the health of the body reflected the health of the soul, and that a ruler who could not govern himself physically could not be trusted to govern others politically. The ideal Persian king was expected to be capable of enduring long marches, sleeping on the ground, eating simple food, and sharing the hardships of his soldiers. This ideal of the warrior king, who led by example rather than ruling from a safe distance, would prove to be one of Cyrus's greatest strengths as a military commander. Unlike the pampered despots of other empires, who directed their armies from comfortable positions far behind the front lines, Cyrus would consistently place himself at the point of greatest danger, inspiring his troops through his personal courage and winning their devotion through his willingness to share their risks. The intellectual component of Persian education was equally demanding. Young nobles were expected to master not only their own cultural traditions, but also the languages, customs, and political systems of neighboring peoples. This cosmopolitan education reflected the practical realities of life in a region where different ethnic groups, religious traditions, and political systems existed in close proximity. The ability to communicate effectively with foreigners, to understand their motivations and concerns, and to find common ground despite cultural differences would prove essential to Cyrus's later success as a conqueror and administrator. While other empire builders relied primarily on force to maintain their rule over diverse populations, Cyrus would demonstrate an almost uncanny ability to win the voluntary cooperation of conquered peoples by appealing to their own interests and values. The Persian emphasis on practical wisdom rather than abstract learning was also distinctive. While the priestly classes of Babylon and Egypt spent their time studying elaborate theological systems and complex mathematical formulas, Persian education focused on developing the kind of practical intelligence that could solve real-world problems. This emphasis on pragmatism over ideology would become one of the hallmarks of Persian imperial administration. As Cyrus grew to maturity in this environment, he would have been exposed to all the influences that shaped Persian culture. The harsh beauty of the landscape, the demanding physical challenges of daily life, the egalitarian social values, the monotheistic religious tendencies, and the practical emphasis on effectiveness over tradition. These influences would combine to produce a leader unlike any the ancient world had yet seen, a man capable of thinking beyond the limited horizons of tribal warfare and local dominance to conceive of empire on a truly universal scale. But the transformation of a Persian chieftain's son into the ruler of the largest empire the world had yet known would not happen overnight. It would require not only exceptional personal qualities, but also the kind of historical circumstances that create opportunities for extraordinary achievement. The decaying power structures of the existing empires, the growing trade networks that connected distant regions, the spread of new technologies and ideas, all of these factors would need to come together precisely the right moment to make Cyrus's meteoric rise possible. The stage was being set, though few could have recognized it at the time, for one of the most remarkable transformations in human history. The child who had been raised among shepherds and warriors in the Persian highlands was about to emerge as a figure who would not only conquer vast territories, but fundamentally reshape how human beings thought about empire, governance, and the relationship between rulers and ruled. Uniting the Persians and Medes, the rebellion that would launch Cyrus toward imperial greatness began not with grand declarations or dramatic gestures, but with the patient accumulation of grievances and the careful cultivation of alliances. By the time Cyrus reached maturity around 550 BC, the relationship between the Persian tribes and their Median overlords had deteriorated to the point where conflict seemed inevitable. The immediate cause of tension was the increasingly heavy tribute demanded by King Astyages of Media. The Median king, whether he was actually Cyrus's grandfather or simply his overlord, had grown suspicious of Persian loyalty and had begun treating his vassals more like potential enemies than trusted allies. Persian nobles were summoned to the Median capital of Ecbatana and held as virtual hostages. Persian tribal lands were subjected to harsh taxation that went far beyond traditional tribute obligations. Persian military units were incorporated into Median armies, but kept under the command of Median officers who distrusted their loyalty. This treatment was not only economically burdensome, but culturally insulting to a people who had maintained their independence and dignity even while acknowledging Median supremacy. The Persians had never been conquered in the traditional sense. Their submission to Media had been more a matter of practical accommodation than military defeat. They had retained their own kings, their own customs, and their own sense of cultural superiority. To be treated as mere subjects rather than allied equals was a humiliation that rankled deeply among the Persian nobility. Cyrus, whether as the son of the Persian king Cambyses or as a prominent tribal leader in his own right, became the focal point for this growing resentment. His royal lineage, his proven military ability, and his charismatic personality made him the natural leader for those who believed that Persian submission to Media had outlived its usefulness. But Cyrus was too shrewd to launch a premature rebellion that might result in Persian defeat and his own death. Instead, he began a careful campaign of diplomacy and conspiracy that would eventually unite not only the Persian tribes, but also elements within the Median Empire itself in support of his cause. This campaign demonstrated the political genius that would later enable him to govern successfully an empire spanning 3 continents and dozens of different ethnic groups. The first phase of Cyrus's strategy involved consolidating his authority among the Persian tribes themselves. While the Persians shared a common language and culture, they were politically fragmented into numerous independent clans and tribal units, each with its own chief and its own interests. Persian society, like most nomadic or semi-nomadic societies, was inherently decentralized, with local leaders maintaining considerable autonomy, even when acknowledging the authority of a paramount king. Cyrus understood that a successful rebellion against Media would require Persian unity, and he set about achieving this unity through a combination of personal diplomacy, strategic marriages, and carefully managed military campaigns against common enemies. Rather than attempting to impose his authority through force, he sought to demonstrate that Persian unity under his leadership would benefit all the tribes. His approach was fundamentally different from that of traditional Near Eastern despots, who maintained their authority through fear and brutal suppression of opposition. Instead of demanding submission, Cyrus offered partnership. Instead of imposing his will through violence, he sought to persuade his potential followers that their interests were identical to his own. This consensual approach to leadership reflected both Persian cultural values and Cyrus's own political sophistication. Persian tradition emphasized the importance of consultation and persuasion in political decision-making. A king who ruled without the support of his nobles was considered a tyrant, regardless of his military success or administrative efficiency. Cyrus's ability to build genuine consensus rather than mere submission would prove to be one of his greatest strengths as both a rebel leader and an imperial ruler. The process of uniting the Persian tribes also involved demonstrating military capability against external enemies. Cyrus led successful campaigns against various Central Asian nomadic groups, protecting Persian territory, while also providing his warriors with opportunities to gain battle experience and material rewards. These campaigns served multiple purposes. They unified the Persians against common enemies. They provided training for the larger conflict with Media that was to come, and they demonstrated Cyrus's competence as a military commander. But perhaps most importantly, these early campaigns revealed Cyrus's innovative approach to warfare and conquest. Unlike traditional Near Eastern conquerors, who relied primarily on superior force and the intimidation of their enemies, Cyrus demonstrated a remarkable ability to win over defeated opponents and incorporate them into his own forces. Rather than slaughtering captured enemies or reducing them to slavery, he often offered them the opportunity to join his army as equals, retaining their own weapons, their own leaders, and their own cultural identity. This policy of inclusion rather than destruction would become one of the hallmarks of Persian imperial expansion. It not only provided Cyrus with additional manpower for future campaigns, but also created a powerful incentive for enemy forces to surrender rather than fight to the death. Word spread throughout the region that defeat by Cyrus did not mean death or enslavement, but the opportunity to join a successful and generous leader. While Cyrus was consolidating his position among the Persians, he was also cultivating secret allies within the Median Empire itself. The brutal revenge that Astyages had taken against Harpagus for failing to kill the infant, Cyrus had created a powerful enemy within the very heart of the Median government. Harpagus had never forgotten the horror of being forced to eat his own son's flesh, and he had spent years plotting his revenge against the king who had inflicted such a monstrous punishment. The conspiracy between Cyrus and Harpagus represented one of the most remarkable examples of long-term strategic planning in ancient history. For years, the two men maintained secret communications while publicly maintaining the pretense of loyalty to Astyages. Harpagus used his position within the Median court to identify other nobles who were dissatisfied with the king's rule, gradually building a network of potential allies who would be ready to act when the moment was right. The methods used to maintain this secret communication demonstrate the sophistication of ancient espionage networks. According to later historians, messages were hidden in the bellies of dead rabbits and carried by trusted huntsmen who could travel between Media and Persia without arousing suspicion. Important communications were written in cipher or encoded in seemingly innocent letters about trade or family matters. The conspiracy was maintained for years without detection, requiring extraordinary discipline and careful planning from all participants. But the conspiracy involved more than just personal revenge against Astyages. Harpagus and his fellow conspirators had genuine political and economic grievances against Median rule. The aging king had become increasingly arbitrary and suspicious, alienating many of his former supporters through harsh punishments and irrational decisions. The Median Empire, which had once been a dynamic and expanding power, had grown stagnant under his rule. More importantly, many Median nobles had come to believe that the empire's future lay not in maintaining the status quo, but in embracing the kind of dynamic leadership that Cyrus represented. They had observed his success in uniting the Persian tribes and his innovative approach to military command. They had heard reports of his fair treatment of defeated enemies and his ability to inspire loyalty among diverse groups of followers. Increasingly, they saw him not as a threat to be suppressed, but as a potential solution to the empire's problems. This shift in perception was crucial to Cyrus's ultimate success. Without allies within the Median establishment, his rebellion would have faced the full military might of an empire that had successfully dominated the region for decades. With such allies, however, his uprising became something more than a simple revolt. It became a political revolution with substantial support from within the existing power structure. The decision to launch open rebellion was carefully timed to coincide with a moment of maximum advantage for the Persian cause. Astyages had become increasingly unpopular, not only with his nobles, but also with the general population, who suffered under the heavy taxation required to support his extravagant lifestyle and numerous building projects. The Median army, while still formidable, was led by officers whose loyalty to the king was questionable. Most importantly, the broader geopolitical situation favored a challenge to Median authority. The other great powers of the region, Babylon and Lydia, were preoccupied with their own internal problems and unlikely to intervene in support of Astyages. The various nomadic peoples of Central Asia were either allied with Cyrus or neutral in the conflict. For the first time in decades, Media stood essentially alone, without the network of alliances that had previously protected it from serious challenge. When Cyrus finally raised the standard of rebellion around 550 BC, the response was immediate and overwhelming. Persian tribal forces rallied to his banner with an enthusiasm that surprised even his supporters. But more significantly, substantial portions of the Median army defected to his cause almost immediately, led by Harpagus and other conspirators who had been waiting years for this moment. The speed of these defections revealed the extent to which Astyages had lost the loyalty of his own subjects. Median soldiers, many of whom were related to Persian warriors by blood or marriage, saw little reason to fight desperately in defense of a king they despised against a rebel leader who promised fair treatment and generous rewards. Many Median units simply changed sides without fighting, while others put up only token resistance before surrendering. The military campaigns that followed were less a series of battles than a political revolution carried out with military force. Cyrus demonstrated the same innovative tactics that had served him well in his earlier campaigns against nomadic enemies. Instead of relying primarily on heavily armed infantry, the traditional backbone of Near Eastern armies, he emphasized mobility and psychological warfare. Persian forces were built around highly skilled cavalry units that could strike quickly and withdraw before enemy forces could respond effectively. These mounted archers could harass enemy formations from a distance, disrupting their organization and morale, without engaging in the kind of costly frontal assaults that characterized traditional warfare. When decisive battle was necessary, Persian forces would concentrate their strength at the crucial point, while using their mobility to avoid enemy strengths. But Cyrus's most important tactical innovation was his systematic use of intelligence and propaganda to weaken enemy resistance before battle was even joined. Persian agents would infiltrate enemy cities and camps, spreading stories of Cyrus's generosity to those who submitted voluntarily and his harsh treatment of those who resisted unnecessarily. These psychological operations often proved more effective than military force in persuading enemy commanders to surrender. The combination of military innovation, political conspiracy, and psychological warfare proved devastatingly effective against the traditional Median military machine. Within less than 3 years, Cyrus had not only defeated Astyages, but had completely absorbed the Median Empire into his own expanding domain. The speed and completeness of this victory astonished the ancient world and established Cyrus's reputation as a military genius whose capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary conquerors. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Cyrus's conquest of Media was not the military victory itself, but the political settlement that followed. Rather than simply replacing Median rule with Persian domination, Cyrus created an entirely new kind of imperial structure that incorporated the best elements of both Persian and Median traditions while avoiding the weaknesses that had made Astyages vulnerable to overthrow. The new empire was officially called the Persian Empire, with Cyrus as its king of kings, but it retained many Median officials, customs, and administrative practices. Median nobles who had supported the rebellion were rewarded with high positions in the new government, while even those who had remained loyal to Astyages were generally pardoned and allowed to retain their lands and titles. The Median capital of Ecbatana became one of the royal residences of the Persian court, alongside the traditional Persian centers of Pasargadae and Persepolis. This policy of inclusion and accommodation extended beyond the political elite to the general population. Median religious practices were respected and protected. Median merchants continued to trade under the same favorable conditions they had enjoyed under their own kings. Median artisans and scholars were welcomed at the Persian court and encouraged to continue their work. The conquest of Media by Persia became, in many ways, more of a merger than a conquest. This approach to imperial governance represented a fundamental break with ancient Near Eastern tradition. Previous conquerors had typically imposed their own culture, religion, and administrative systems on defeated peoples, treating conquest as an opportunity to replace inferior practices with superior ones. Cyrus, by contrast, approached conquest as an opportunity to learn from defeated peoples and to incorporate their strengths into his own expanding system. The practical advantages of this inclusive approach were enormous. By respecting local traditions and maintaining local leaders in positions of authority, Cyrus was able to govern his expanded empire with a relatively small number of Persian administrators. By offering opportunities for advancement to talented individuals, regardless of their ethnic background, he was able to recruit the best minds from throughout his empire for government service. By protecting local religious practices and cultural institutions, he avoided the kind of cultural resistance that had weakened other empires. But the policy also reflected deeper aspects of Cyrus's character and worldview. Unlike many conquerors who were motivated primarily by personal ambition or the desire for material wealth, Cyrus seems to have been genuinely interested in creating a just and stable international order. His treatment of defeated enemies was guided not merely by practical considerations, but by moral principles that emphasized fairness, mercy, and respect for human dignity. This ethical dimension of Persian imperial policy would become one of its most distinctive characteristics. While other empires were maintained primarily through fear and force, the Persian Empire increasingly relied on the voluntary cooperation of its subjects, who came to see Persian rule not as foreign oppression, but as protection and good government. The success of Cyrus's conquest of Media had implications that extended far beyond the immediate military victory. It demonstrated that the existing balance of power in the ancient Near East was more fragile than it appeared, and that a skillful leader with innovative ideas could rapidly transform the geopolitical landscape. It also established the basic principles of Persian imperial governance, that would guide the expansion and administration of what would become the largest empire the world had yet seen. Most importantly, the conquest of Media gave Cyrus the resources and credibility necessary to contemplate even greater challenges. The combined wealth and manpower of Persia and Media made him a formidable opponent for any of the remaining great powers. His demonstrated ability to unite diverse peoples under his leadership and to govern them successfully made him an attractive alternative to the often arbitrary and oppressive rule of traditional despots. The young man who had begun as a Persian tribal chieftain now ruled an empire that stretched from the Hindu Kush to the borders of Lydia and Babylon. But this was only the beginning. The greatest challenges and the greatest opportunities still lay ahead. The conquest of Media had been, in many ways, a family affair, a rebellion within an existing imperial structure. The conquests that were to follow would test Cyrus's abilities against opponents who had no reason to welcome Persian rule and every reason to resist it with all their strength. The next target would be Lydia, the kingdom of the legendary King Croesus, whose wealth had become proverbial throughout the ancient world. The conquest of Lydia would bring Cyrus into direct contact with the Greek cities of Asia Minor and establish Persian power on the shores of the Aegean Sea. It would also provide the first real test of whether the principles that had worked so well in uniting Persians and Medes could be successfully applied to peoples with entirely different cultural traditions and political systems. The conquest of Lydia. In the ancient world, no name was more synonymous with fabulous wealth than that of Croesus, king of Lydia. From his magnificent capital at Sardis, Croesus ruled over a kingdom that controlled some of the most lucrative trade routes in the known world, connecting the rich cities of Asia Minor with the emerging markets of Greece and the established economies of the Near East. The phrase "rich as Croesus" would echo through history long after his kingdom had vanished, a testament to the extraordinary prosperity that Lydian control of international commerce had generated. But wealth, as Croesus would learn to his cost, was not necessarily equivalent to power. The economic advantages that had made Lydia rich had also made it soft, dependent on hired mercenaries rather than citizen soldiers, reliant on diplomatic agreements rather than military strength, vulnerable to any opponent who could combine material resources with the kind of disciplined military organization that prosperity alone could not provide. The kingdom that Croesus had inherited from his father, Alawatus, around 560 BC, represented the culmination of more than a century of Lydian expansion and commercial development. The Lydians had invented coinage, transforming trade throughout the ancient world by providing a standardized medium of exchange that facilitated transactions between peoples who spoke different languages and followed different customs. Lydian coins, made from the natural alloy of gold and silver called electrum, that was found in the riverbeds of Western Asia Minor, had become the international currency of the Eastern Mediterranean. This monetary innovation had given Lydia tremendous economic advantages, but it had also created dependencies that would prove dangerous when military conflict arose. Lydian prosperity was based on the kingdom's position as a middleman between producers and consumers, rather than on the production of essential goods or the control of vital resources. If trade routes were disrupted or alternative commercial networks were established, Lydian wealth could evaporate almost overnight. More fundamentally, Lydian society had been transformed by its prosperity in ways that made it poorly adapted to the kind of total warfare that Cyrus had perfected during his campaigns against the Median Empire. The old Lydian warrior aristocracy had largely been replaced by a commercial elite whose skills lay in negotiation and financial manipulation rather than in military command. The traditional citizen militias had been superseded by professional armies of foreign mercenaries whose loyalty depended on regular payment rather than patriotic devotion. This transformation was not unique to Lydia. Similar processes were occurring throughout the ancient world as traditional societies adapted to the opportunities and challenges created by expanding trade networks. But few kingdoms were as completely dependent on commercial prosperity as Lydia, and few rulers were as unprepared for the kind of opponent that Cyrus represented. Croesus himself embodied both the strengths and weaknesses of his kingdom. He was undoubtedly intelligent, cultured, and diplomatically skilled. His court at Sardis had become a center of learning and artistic achievement, attracting philosophers, poets, and craftsmen from throughout the Greek world. He had established friendly relations with most of the major powers of his time, including the Greek city-states, the Egyptian pharaohs, and even the distant kingdoms of the Western Mediterranean. But Croesus had never faced a serious military challenge during his reign. His enemies had always been either small tribal groups that could be bought off with subsidies or rival kingdoms that preferred negotiation to warfare. He had no experience with the kind of opponent who could not be deterred by displays of wealth or convinced to accept compromise settlements. More dangerously, Croesus had developed an almost superstitious faith in his ability to predict and control future events through consultation with oracles and careful attention to omens. This faith had been reinforced by decades of success, during which his careful diplomatic calculations and generous gifts to religious shrines had indeed seemed to guarantee his kingdom's prosperity and security. The most famous of these oracular consultations would prove to be the most fateful. When reports reached Sardis of Cyrus's stunning victory over the Median Empire, Croesus recognized that the emergence of this new power fundamentally altered the balance of forces in the region. The buffer zone that Media had provided between Lydia and the more distant kingdoms of the Iranian plateau had suddenly disappeared, replaced by a dynamic and apparently unstoppable conqueror whose ultimate intentions were unknown. Croesus's first instinct was to seek divine guidance before taking any decisive action. He dispatched envoys to the most famous oracles of the ancient world, including the shrine of Apollo at Delphi in Greece, the temple of Ammon in Egypt, and several lesser-known but supposedly reliable sources of prophetic wisdom. Each embassy carried magnificent gifts, golden statues, elaborate jewelry, precious vessels designed to ensure that the gods would provide clear and favorable guidance. The responses he received seemed to confirm his hopes and justify his confidence. The oracle at Delphi, after accepting his generous donations, delivered a prophecy that appeared to promise victory. If Croesus crosses the Halys River, he will destroy a great empire. The Halys River marked the traditional boundary between Lydia and the territories that had formerly belonged to Media, so the prophecy seemed to be a clear promise that an attack on Cyrus would result in the destruction of the Persian Empire. Encouraged by this divine endorsement, Croesus began preparations for what he believed would be a decisive military campaign. He assembled the largest army in Lydian history, combining his own forces with contingents provided by his allies and substantial numbers of Greek mercenaries hired with Lydian gold. The army that gathered at Sardis in the spring of 547 BC was impressive by any standard, well-equipped, professionally trained, and commanded by experienced officers who had proven their competence in smaller conflicts. But Croesus made a fundamental error in his strategic planning. He assumed that Cyrus would fight the kind of conventional war that had characterized conflicts between the established powers of the region for centuries. He expected formal battles between organized armies, with clear winners and losers, followed by negotiations that would settle the political issues at stake. He prepared for a conflict that would resemble an elaborate chess game, with each side making calculated moves according to well-understood rules. Cyrus, however, had no intention of fighting such a war. His experience in conquering Media had taught him that unconventional tactics and psychological warfare could be far more effective than simple military superiority. He understood that Croesus's greatest strength, his wealth, was also his greatest weakness, since it made him dependent on hired soldiers whose loyalty could be undermined and allies whose support could be purchased. The Persian strategy for the Lydian campaign was characteristically innovative. Rather than meeting Croesus's army in direct battle, Cyrus sought to draw the Lydian forces away from their bases of supply and support into terrain where Persian mobility and endurance would provide decisive advantages. He also launched a systematic campaign to detach Croesus' allies and undermine the morale of his mercenary forces. When Croesus crossed the Halys River with his great army, he found that Cyrus had already withdrawn deeper into former Median territory, apparently avoiding battle. This tactical retreat was interpreted by many Lydian commanders as evidence of Persian weakness or fear. But it was actually a carefully planned maneuver designed to stretch Lydian supply lines and exhaust their forces through prolonged marching. The first major engagement of the war took place at Tyria, a fortified city in Central Asia Minor that had recently been captured by Persian forces. Croesus believed that recapturing this stronghold would demonstrate Lydian military superiority and discourage further Persian aggression. The battle that followed was fierce but inconclusive, with both sides suffering substantial casualties, but neither achieving a clear victory. For Croesus, this inconclusive result was actually a strategic defeat. His entire campaign had been based on the assumption that Persian forces could be quickly overwhelmed by Lydian military superiority. The fact that Cyrus's army had fought his own forces to a standstill, despite being drawn into battle on ground of Croesus's choosing, suggested that the Persian threat was far more serious than Lydian intelligence had indicated. More importantly, the extended campaign was placing enormous strain on Lydian resources. The great army that Croesus had assembled was expensive to maintain, requiring vast quantities of food, weapons, and pay for the mercenary contingents. The longer the war continued, the more difficult it became to sustain these costs, especially since the conflict was disrupting the trade routes that provided much of Lydia's wealth. As winter approached, Croesus made what seemed like a reasonable decision. He would withdraw his forces to Sardis for the winter, demobilize the more expensive mercenary units, and resume campaigning in the spring when conditions were more favorable and his financial situation had improved. This was standard practice in ancient warfare, where campaigns were typically suspended during the winter months when movement was difficult and supply problems were magnified. But Cyrus had no intention of following conventional military practices. As soon as he learned of Croesus's withdrawal, he launched a rapid winter campaign that caught the Lydian forces completely unprepared. Moving with the speed that had characterized all his military operations, Cyrus advanced toward Sardis while Croesus was still in the process of demobilizing his army and settling his mercenaries into winter quarters. The Persian advance was a masterpiece of military planning and execution. Despite the harsh winter conditions, Cyrus's forces maintained their discipline and effectiveness, demonstrating the kind of endurance and adaptability that had made them successful in the challenging environment of the Iranian plateau. They covered the distance from Tyria to Sardis in record time, appearing before the Lydian capital before adequate preparations for defense could be made. Croesus found himself in a desperate situation. His main army had been dispersed, his mercenaries had been dismissed, and his allies had not yet had time to send reinforcements. The forces available for the defense of Sardis were inadequate to meet the Persian threat, and there was no time to recall the troops that had been sent to winter quarters throughout the kingdom. The battle that decided the fate of Lydia was fought on the plain before Sardis, and it demonstrated the tactical innovations that had made Persian arms so effective. Croesus deployed his forces in traditional fashion, with heavily armored infantry in the center and cavalry on the wings. His cavalry, in particular, was expected to provide the decisive advantage, since Lydian horsemen were renowned throughout the ancient world for their skill and courage. But Cyrus had prepared a surprise that neutralized this Lydian advantage. He had brought with him a substantial number of camels, which he deployed in front of his own cavalry forces. The Lydian horses, which had never encountered camels in battle, were terrified by the smell and appearance of these strange animals and refused to charge. The famous Lydian cavalry, deprived of their mounts' cooperation, found themselves fighting on foot against Persian cavalry that retained full mobility. This tactical innovation was typical of Cyrus's approach to military problems. Rather than simply trying to match his opponent's strengths, he sought to find ways to turn those strengths into weaknesses. The Lydian reliance on cavalry became a liability when the horses could not function effectively. The Lydian emphasis on heavy armor became a disadvantage when mobility proved more important than protection. The Battle of Sardis was a complete Persian victory. Croesus's army was routed, and the king himself barely escaped capture during the chaotic retreat. The Lydian forces that survived the battle were too demoralized and disorganized to offer effective resistance, and the Persian army was able to advance directly to the walls of Sardis without further opposition. The siege of Sardis that followed was brief but dramatic. The city was strongly fortified and well supplied, and under normal circumstances it might have been able to hold out for months or even years. But the shock of the military defeat and the speed of the Persian advance had shattered Lydian morale. Many of the city's defenders were more interested in negotiating terms of surrender than in continuing an apparently hopeless resistance. The end came when Persian forces discovered a weakness in the city's defenses that had been overlooked by its garrison. A Persian soldier noticed that one section of the supposedly impregnable walls was actually scalable, and during a night assault, Persian troops managed to infiltrate the city and open the gates for their comrades. Sardis fell after a siege of only 14 days, and with it, the independence of the Lydian kingdom came to an end. The capture of Croesus himself provided Cyrus with an opportunity to demonstrate the principles that would guide his treatment of conquered peoples throughout his career. According to the accounts that have come down to us, Croesus was initially condemned to death by burning, a punishment that was intended to serve as a warning to other rulers who might consider resisting Persian expansion. But as the execution was about to begin, Croesus reportedly called out the name of Solon, the famous Athenian lawgiver who had once visited his court. When Cyrus asked why the condemned king was invoking this name, Croesus explained that Solon had warned him that no man should be considered fortunate until his death, since the gods could reverse any human prosperity in a moment. The wisdom of this observation, and perhaps the dignity with which Croesus faced his fate, impressed Cyrus so much that he commuted the death sentence, and instead made the former Lydian king one of his advisors. Whether this story is historically accurate, or merely a later invention designed to illustrate Cyrus's mercy, it reflects the reality of Persian policy toward defeated rulers. Unlike the Assyrians and Babylonians, who typically executed or enslaved conquered kings, the Persians often found ways to incorporate former enemies into their imperial system. This policy not only demonstrated Persian magnanimity, but also provided practical benefits by utilizing the administrative experience and local knowledge of former rulers. The conquest of Lydia had implications that extended far beyond the immediate military victory. The Persian Empire now controlled the trade routes that connected Asia with Europe, providing access to the wealth that had made Lydia so prosperous. More importantly, Persian power now extended to the shores of the Aegean Sea, bringing Cyrus into direct contact with the Greek city-states that would later become his most determined opponents. The Greek cities of Asia Minor, which had been nominal subjects of Lydia, now found themselves face-to-face with a new and far more formidable imperial power. Some of these cities attempted to maintain their independence through diplomacy or alliance with distant Greek states, but most eventually accepted Persian suzerainty as the price of continued prosperity and internal autonomy. The speed and completeness of the Lydian collapse sent shock waves throughout the ancient world. The kingdom that had seemed so secure, protected by its wealth and its network of alliances, had been eliminated in a matter of months by an opponent who had been virtually unknown just a few years earlier. The victory demonstrated that the traditional patterns of power and diplomacy in the ancient Near East were no longer reliable guides to political survival. For Cyrus personally, the conquest of Lydia represented the completion of his transformation from a regional rebel leader to a world historical figure. The combined resources of Persia, Media, and Lydia gave him the wealth and manpower necessary to contemplate conquests on an unprecedented scale. His demonstrated ability to defeat opponents who had seemed formidable made him the most feared military commander of his age. But perhaps most importantly, the Lydian campaign had provided Cyrus with experience in governing peoples who were culturally and politically different from the Persians and Medes he had previously ruled. The Greeks, Lydians, and other peoples of Asia Minor had their own traditions, their own religious practices, their own concepts of political organization. The success of Persian rule over these diverse populations would depend on Cyrus's ability to adapt his administrative methods to accommodate this diversity while maintaining the unity and effectiveness of his empire. The conquest of Lydia had also revealed the limitations of traditional diplomacy and alliance systems in the face of the kind of revolutionary change that Cyrus represented. Croesus had relied on conventional wisdom, oracular guidance, and established patterns of international relations to guide his decisions. All of these had failed him when confronted with an opponent who operated according to different principles and pursued objectives that transcended the traditional goals of ancient warfare. The oracle at Delphi had promised that if Croesus crossed the Halys River, he would destroy a great empire. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but not in the way that Croesus had expected. The great empire that was destroyed was his own, not that of his enemy. The ambiguous language of the oracle had concealed a truth that was more profound than any of the participants had realized. The old order was indeed being destroyed, but it was being replaced by something new and unprecedented. Cyrus's philosophy, conquest with compassion. The ancient world had known many conquerors, but none quite like Cyrus the Great. Where other empire builders had relied primarily on terror and brutality to maintain their rule, Cyrus pioneered an approach that combined military effectiveness with political wisdom and what can only be described as a revolutionary concept of benevolent imperialism. His treatment of conquered peoples broke so dramatically with established precedent that it created a new model for imperial governance that would influence political thought for centuries to come. To understand the radical nature of Cyrus's approach, it is necessary to examine the context provided by his predecessors and contemporaries. The Assyrian Empire, which had dominated the Near East for over 2 centuries before its fall in 612 BC, had maintained its authority through a systematic campaign of terror designed to discourage resistance and rebellion. Assyrian armies were notorious for their brutality toward conquered populations, employing mass deportations, public executions, and the deliberate destruction of local cultural and religious institutions. This policy of deliberate intimidation had been effective in the short term, enabling the Assyrians to control vast territories with relatively small administrative staffs and modest military garrisons. But it had also created a reservoir of hatred and resentment that made the empire vulnerable to any serious challenge. When Assyrian military power finally weakened, the subject peoples who had been brutalized for generations were eager to join any coalition that promised to overthrow their oppressors. The Neo-Babylonian Empire that succeeded Assyrian dominance in Mesopotamia had modified this approach somewhat, relying more on administrative efficiency and less on pure terror. But Babylonian imperial policy still included the systematic deportation of conquered peoples, the destruction of local political institutions, and the suppression of religious practices that were seen as potentially subversive. The Jewish exile that provided the historical context for the prophecies of 2nd Isaiah was a typical example of Babylonian imperial policy. The Persian approach that Cyrus developed was fundamentally different from both the Assyrian and Babylonian models. Rather than viewing conquered peoples as potential enemies who needed to be suppressed, Cyrus saw them as potential partners who could contribute to the strength and prosperity of his empire. Instead of destroying local institutions, he sought to preserve and adapt them to serve imperial purposes. Rather than suppressing local religious practices, he actively supported them as a means of winning popular loyalty. This philosophical shift was reflected in practical policies that astonished the ancient world. When Persian forces conquered a city, they typically refrained from the looting and destruction that had characterized previous conquests. Local temples were protected rather than plundered, and their priests were often granted special privileges and subsidies. Local rulers who submitted voluntarily were frequently allowed to retain their positions as Persian vassals, while even those who had resisted were often pardoned and incorporated into the imperial administrative system. The most famous example of this benevolent approach was Cyrus's treatment of the Babylonian Jews, as recorded in the biblical books of Ezra and Nehemiah, and commemorated in the Cyrus cylinder, one of the most important archaeological discoveries of the modern era. When Cyrus conquered Babylon in 539 BC, he not only permitted the Jewish exiles to return to Jerusalem, but actually provided financial support for the rebuilding of their temple and the restoration of their religious practices. This policy was so unprecedented that it was seen by the Jewish community as evidence of divine intervention. The prophet known as Second Isaiah proclaimed Cyrus to be the Lord's anointed one, the chosen instrument through whom God would accomplish the redemption of his people. The enthusiasm with which the Jewish community embraced Persian rule reflected not only their gratitude for their liberation, but also their recognition that Cyrus represented an entirely new kind of imperial authority. But the Persian approach to conquered peoples was not simply a matter of political calculation or personal benevolence. It reflected deeper philosophical and religious principles that distinguished Persian culture from the traditions of other ancient civilizations. The Persian religion of Zoroastrianism, which may have influenced Cyrus's thinking, even if he was not a formal adherent, emphasized the cosmic struggle between truth and falsehood, justice and oppression, light and darkness. From this perspective, the proper role of a king was not to impose his will through force, but to serve as the earthly representative of Ahri, Mazda, the god of truth and justice, in the ongoing battle against the forces of chaos and evil. A ruler who oppressed his subjects or destroyed their cultural traditions was serving the cause of darkness rather than light. Only a king who promoted justice, protected the innocent, and preserved the sacred traditions of all peoples could claim to be fulfilling the divine purpose of kingship. This religious dimension of Persian imperial ideology was not merely theoretical, but had practical implications for the conduct of government. Persian administrators were expected to rule according to principles of justice and fairness, treating all subjects equally, regardless of their ethnic or religious background. Persian law emphasized the importance of truth-telling and the punishment of those who bore false witness. Persian taxation was designed to be equitable and predictable, avoiding the arbitrary exactions that had characterized other imperial systems. The Persian emphasis on truth and justice also influenced military conduct. Persian armies were expected to observe certain standards of behavior toward civilian populations, avoiding unnecessary destruction and respecting the sanctity of religious sites. Persian commanders who violated these standards could face severe punishment, while those who observed them were rewarded and promoted. This approach to warfare was not only morally superior to the methods employed by other ancient armies, but also strategically advantageous. Cities that might have resisted to the death against Assyrian forces often surrendered willingly to Persian armies, knowing that submission would be rewarded rather than punished. The reputation for fair treatment that Persian forces developed made conquest easier and reduced the costs of maintaining imperial control. The practical benefits of Cyrus's benevolent imperialism extended beyond the immediate military advantages. By preserving local institutions and cultural traditions, Persian rule created a sense of continuity that made foreign domination more acceptable to conquered populations. By offering opportunities for advancement to talented individuals, regardless of their ethnic background, the Persian system was able to recruit administrators and military commanders from throughout the empire, significantly expanding the pool of available talent. The policy of religious tolerance that characterized Persian rule also provided important practical benefits. Rather than having to suppress potentially subversive religious movements, Persian administrators could rely on local religious authorities to help maintain order and promote loyalty to the imperial system. The gratitude of religious communities for Persian protection and support created a powerful incentive for cooperation with imperial policies. Perhaps most importantly, the Persian approach to empire created a positive feedback loop that strengthened imperial authority over time. As word spread of Persian generosity and justice, other peoples became more willing to submit voluntarily to Persian rule, reducing the costs of conquest and increasing the benefits of imperial expansion. The reputation for fair treatment that Cyrus established became one of the most valuable assets of the Persian Empire, enabling his successors to extend Persian authority over vast territories with relatively modest military forces. The contrast between Persian and Assyrian methods was nowhere more evident than in their respective treatment of conquered cities. When the Assyrians captured a rebellious city, they typically destroyed its walls, burned its temples, slaughtered its leaders, and deported its population to distant regions where they could not easily organize resistance. The goal was to eliminate the city as a potential source of future opposition, even if this meant destroying its economic and cultural value. When the Persians captured a city, they typically preserved its physical infrastructure, protected its religious institutions, and maintained its population in place. Local leaders who submitted were often confirmed in their positions, while those who had resisted were usually pardoned after making appropriate gestures of submission. The goal was to integrate the city into the imperial system as a productive and loyal component, maximizing its contribution to imperial strength and prosperity. This difference in approach had profound implications for the long-term stability and prosperity of the respective empires. The Assyrian method created a landscape of ruined cities and displaced populations that contributed little to imperial wealth and required constant military supervision to prevent rebellion. The Persian method created a network of prosperous cities and grateful populations that actively supported imperial authority and contributed substantially to imperial resources. The success of Persian methods also influenced the development of imperial ideology in ways that extended far beyond the immediate practical benefits. The idea that an empire could be both powerful and just, that conquest could be combined with compassion, that foreign rule could actually benefit subject peoples, these concepts represented a fundamental challenge to the cynical assumptions about power and authority that had characterized ancient political thought. The Persian model suggested that the ultimate source of political authority was not mere force, but moral legitimacy, and that rulers who governed justly could command a loyalty that no amount of military power could compel. This insight would prove influential in the development of later imperial systems, from the Hellenistic kingdoms that succeeded Alexander the Great to the Roman Empire that eventually absorbed much of the Persian territorial legacy. The personal character of Cyrus himself played a crucial role in establishing these precedents. Unlike many ancient conquerors, who were motivated primarily by personal ambition or the desire for material wealth, Cyrus seems to have been genuinely committed to the principles of justice and benevolence that characterized his imperial policies. His treatment of defeated enemies, his respect for local customs and religious practices, and his consistent efforts to rule through persuasion rather than coercion all reflected a moral vision that transcended the conventional goals of political power. This moral dimension of Cyrus' leadership was recognized not only by his Persian subjects, but also by the diverse peoples who came under his rule. The testimonies of gratitude from Jewish, Babylonian, Lydian, and other communities reflected a genuine appreciation for Persian policies that went far beyond mere political calculation. These peoples recognized that they were being governed by a ruler whose conception of kingship was fundamentally different from anything they had previously experienced. The legacy of Cyrus as approach to empire would prove to be one of his most enduring contributions to human civilization. The the principle that political authority should be exercised for the benefit of all subjects, regardless of their ethnic or religious background, would become a cornerstone of later political thought. The idea that conquest could be justified only if it improved the condition of conquered peoples would influence discussions of imperialism and international relations for centuries to come. But perhaps the most important aspect of Cyrus's legacy was the demonstration that power and compassion were not mutually exclusive, that strength and justice could be combined in service of a political vision that transcended the narrow interests of any particular group or nation. In an age when political authority was typically based on force and fear, Cyrus showed that it was possible to build an empire on foundations of trust and mutual benefit. The empire that Cyrus created through these methods would prove to be not only the largest, but also the most durable of the ancient world. The Persian Empire would survive for over 2 centuries, spanning 3 continents and encompassing dozens of different ethnic and religious groups. Its longevity was a testament to the wisdom of the principles that Cyrus had established and the practical effectiveness of the methods he had pioneered. As Cyrus prepared to extend his conquests beyond the territories he had already won, he carried with him not only the military forces that had made him successful, but also the reputation for justice and benevolence that had become his most powerful weapon. The combination of Persian military effectiveness with Persian political wisdom would prove to be irresistible, enabling a relatively small nation from the Iranian plateau to create the largest empire the world had yet seen. The stage was now set for the final act of Cyrus's career as a conqueror, the campaign against Babylon, the greatest and most sophisticated of the remaining independent powers. The conquest of Babylon would not only complete Cyrus' domination of the ancient Near East, but would also provide him with the opportunity to demonstrate on the grandest possible scale the effectiveness of his revolutionary approach to imperial governance. The fall of Babylon would mark the end of an era in human history, and the beginning of a new chapter in the story of civilization itself. 3. Babylon, the city of exile. The glory and sins of Babylon in the 6th century before the Common Era. No city on earth could rival Babylon in its splendor, wealth, or reputation for both magnificence and moral corruption. Rising from the fertile plains of Mesopotamia, like a jewel set in the crown of the ancient world, Babylon represented the culmination of human achievement in architecture, commerce, and urban sophistication. Yet beneath its dazzling exterior lay the seeds of its own destruction, and in its very greatness could be found the hubris that would ultimately bring about its fall. The city's physical grandeur was legendary throughout the ancient world. Babylon's outer walls, constructed under Nebuchadnezzar II, stretched for nearly 11 miles in circumference and rose to heights that seemed to scrape the very heavens. These walls were not merely defensive structures, but monuments to human ambition, wide enough at their summit for 2 4-horse chariots to pass each other comfortably. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing with the wonder of a traveler who had seen the greatest cities of his age, declared that nothing he had witnessed could compare to the massive fortifications that surrounded the Babylonian capital. The famous Ishtar Gate, through which visitors entered the city proper, stood as perhaps the most magnificent architectural achievement of the ancient Near East, constructed of brilliant blue glazed brick and decorated with golden reliefs of dragons, lions, and bulls. The gate rose like a vision from mythology, its surfaces gleaming in the Mesopotamian sun. The processional way that led through the gate was itself a marvel of engineering and artistry, its walls lined with glazed brick reliefs depicting the sacred animals of Marduk, the patron deity of Babylon. The psychological impact of this entrance must have been overwhelming for visitors, who would have understood immediately that they were entering a city unlike any other on earth. Within the walls, the city revealed layer upon layer of architectural wonder. The Hanging Gardens, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, cascaded down terraced levels in a display of botanical engineering that seemed to defy natural law. According to ancient accounts, These gardens rose in stepped terraces to a height of 75 feet, watered by an ingenious system of pumps and channels that brought water from the Euphrates to nourish exotic plants and trees from every corner of the known world. The sight of this artificial paradise, with its cascading vegetation and the sound of flowing water, must have struck visitors as evidence of Babylon's ability to bend nature itself to human will. The city's temples, or ziggurats, dominated the urban landscape, with their massive stepped pyramids reaching toward the heavens. The greatest of these was the Etemenanki, the house of the foundation of heaven and earth, which rose in 7 stages to a height of nearly 300 feet. This structure, almost certainly the inspiration for the biblical Tower of Babel, represented not merely religious devotion, but the ultimate expression of human pride and ambition. From its summit, the priests of Marduk could survey the entire city and the surrounding countryside, symbolically linking heaven and earth under Babylonian authority. The royal palace complex, covering over 15 acres, represented the pinnacle of luxury and sophistication in the ancient world. Its throne room, with walls decorated in brilliant glazed brick and measuring 170 feet in length, could accommodate gatherings of thousands of courtiers and foreign dignitaries. The palace's residential quarters contained innovations in comfort and convenience that would not be matched in Europe for over 1,000 years, including sophisticated heating systems, running water, and elaborate bathing facilities. The royal gardens within the palace grounds rivaled the famous hanging gardens in their beauty and complexity. Babylon's commercial districts bustled with activity from dawn to dusk, as merchants from across the known world gathered to trade in goods ranging from precious metals and gemstones to exotic spices and fine textiles. The city's location at the crossroads of major trade routes made it the natural center of international commerce, and its markets offered commodities from India and China, alongside products from Egypt and the Mediterranean world. The sound of dozens of languages filled the air as traders negotiated deals that would send caravans across thousands of miles of desert and mountain terrain. The intellectual achievements of Babylon were no less impressive than its physical grandeur. The city's scholars and astronomers had developed mathematical and astronomical knowledge that would not be surpassed for centuries. The famous Babylonian mathematical system, based on the number 60, gave the world the division of the circle into 360 degrees and the hour into 60 minutes. Babylonian astronomers had mapped the movements of the planets with remarkable precision and had developed a sophisticated calendar system that attempted to reconcile the solar and lunar years. Yet for all its achievements, Babylon had become synonymous with moral corruption and spiritual decay. The city's wealth had bred a culture of excess and indulgence that shocked even the sophisticated peoples of the ancient world. The religious practices associated with the worship of Marduk and Karduk Ishtar included ritual prostitution and other ceremonies that seemed to celebrate the very appetites and desires that other cultures sought to control. The contrast between Babylon's intellectual achievements and its moral degradation created a tension that ran through every aspect of urban life. The Babylonian aristocracy, intoxicated by centuries of wealth and power, had lost touch with the values and disciplines that had originally built their civilization. Palace life had become an endless round of feasts, entertainments, and elaborate ceremonies designed more to display wealth than to serve any meaningful purpose. The gap between rich and poor had widened to a chasm, as the city's merchants and nobles accumulated vast fortunes, while ordinary citizens struggled to survive in an economy increasingly dominated by slave labor and foreign tribute. The religious establishment, once the guardian of moral and intellectual standards, had become corrupted by its close association with political power. The priests of Marduk, who controlled vast temple complexes and enormous wealth, had become more interested in maintaining their privileged position than in providing spiritual guidance to the people. The elaborate rituals and ceremonies that filled the religious calendar had become empty displays of wealth and power rather than meaningful expressions of faith or devotion. It was in this context of material splendor and spiritual decay that the most famous incident in Babylonian history unfolded. King Belshazzar, grandson of the great Nebuchadnezzar, had ascended to the throne during a period of increasing instability and external threat. The Persian Empire under Cyrus was expanding rapidly, and Babylonian military forces had suffered a series of defeats that had brought enemy armies to the very gates of the capital. Yet instead of addressing these challenges with the seriousness they demanded, Belshazzar chose to lose himself in the pleasures and distractions of palace life. The feast that would become legendary throughout history began as a typical display of Babylonian excess. Belshazzar had invited 1,000 of his nobles, along with their wives and concubines, to a banquet that was intended to demonstrate the continuing power and prosperity of the Babylonian court. The dining hall was filled with golden vessels looted from conquered cities, including the sacred vessels that had been taken from the temple in Jerusalem during Nebuchadnezzar's conquest of Judah. Wine flowed freely, and the conversation grew increasingly boisterous as the evening progressed. As the feast reached its climax, Belshazzar committed an act of sacrilege that would echo through the ages. In a gesture of supreme arrogance, he ordered that the golden vessels from the Jerusalem temple be brought out and used for drinking wine. As the king and his guests raised these sacred objects to their lips, praising the gods of gold and silver, bronze and iron, wood and stone, they were committing not merely an act of disrespect, but a deliberate challenge to the divine order itself. The response was immediate and terrifying. As the drunken laughter filled the hall, a human hand appeared and began writing on the wall opposite the king's table. The sight of the disembodied hand moving across the plaster surface brought instant silence to the assembly. The king's face went pale, his knees knocked together, and his entire body began to tremble with fear. The writing itself was mysterious, consisting of 4 words in an unknown script: Mene, Min, Tekel, Upharsin. Belshazzar's terror was compounded by the fact that none of his wise men, magicians, or astrologers could interpret the mysterious writing. The king's offers of purple robes, gold chains, and high political office failed to produce any explanation of the ominous message. It was only when the queen mother remembered the Jewish exile Daniel, who had served Nebuchadnezzar as an interpreter of dreams and visions, that the mystery began to unfold. Daniel's interpretation of the writing was as devastating as it was clear. Mene meant that God had numbered the days of Belshazzar's kingdom and brought it to an end. Tekel indicated that the king had been weighed in the divine balance and found wanting. Upharsin signified that the kingdom would be divided and given to the Medes and Persians. The judgment was not merely political but moral, a divine response to the king's arrogance and sacrilege. The fulfillment of this prophecy came with stunning swiftness. That very night, as the feast continued and the nobles tried to forget the disturbing message on the wall, Cyrus's armies were diverting the waters of the Euphrates River and marching along the dried riverbed directly into the heart of the city. The Babylonian guards, confident in their massive walls and believing themselves secure from any conventional assault, were caught completely off guard. By dawn, Persian soldiers controlled the palace. Belshazzar lay dead, and the greatest city in the world had fallen without a battle. The ease of Babylon's conquest reflected not merely Persian military ingenuity, but the internal decay that had weakened the city's ability to resist. A population that had grown accustomed to luxury and indulgence lacked the discipline and unity necessary for effective defense. A ruling class that had lost touch with moral foundations could not inspire the loyalty and sacrifice that successful resistance required. The very wealth and sophistication that had made Babylon great had ultimately become the source of its vulnerability. Daily life in exile. For the Jewish exiles who had witnessed the fall of their own kingdom and the destruction of their temple, life in Babylon presented a complex mixture of opportunity and challenge, adaptation and resistance. Unlike the Assyrian practice of scattering conquered peoples throughout the empire, the Babylonians had settled the Jewish exiles in specific communities, where they could maintain their cultural and religious identity while contributing to the economic life of their new homeland. This policy, while less harsh than total dispersion, created its own unique set of problems and possibilities. The initial shock of exile had been devastating for a people whose entire religious and cultural identity was bound up with the land of Israel and the temple in Jerusalem. The Psalms of the period capture the profound sense of loss and displacement that characterized the early years of exile. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat and wept when we remembered Zion. The physical separation from the promised land seemed to call into question the very foundations of Jewish faith and identity. Yet as the years passed, the Jewish community in Babylon began to develop new forms of religious and cultural expression that would not only sustain them through the period of exile, but would ultimately transform Judaism itself. The absence of the temple forced Jewish religious leaders to find new ways of maintaining their relationship with the divine. The synagogue, as a place of prayer and study that could exist anywhere, began to emerge as a central institution of Jewish life. The careful preservation and interpretation of written scripture became increasingly important as the primary means of maintaining connection with Jewish tradition. The economic opportunities available in Babylon were substantial, and many Jewish exiles found themselves able to achieve a level of prosperity that had been impossible in their homeland. The Babylonian economy, based on extensive trade networks and sophisticated commercial practices, offered numerous opportunities for talented and hardworking individuals. Jewish merchants, craftsmen, and administrators found their skills in high demand, and within a generation, some had accumulated considerable wealth and influence. The Tel Aviv archives, discovered by modern archaeologists, provide fascinating insights into the daily life of one Jewish community in Babylon. These records, dating from the 5th century BCE, document the business activities of the Morocco family, a Jewish firm that operated a large agricultural estate and commercial enterprise. The family's records show them engaged in complex financial transactions, including loans, real estate deals, and tax collection for the Persian government. Their success illustrates the extent to which some Jewish exiles were able to integrate into Babylonian society while maintaining their distinct cultural identity. The social structure of the Jewish exile community reflected both the constraints of their situation and their remarkable adaptability. At the top of the community hierarchy were the descendants of the royal family and the nobility who had been deported with King Jehoiachin. These individuals, while stripped of their political power, retained considerable social prestige and often served as intermediaries between the Jewish community and Babylonian authorities. The prophet Ezekiel, who was among this group, used his position to provide spiritual leadership and to preserve Jewish religious traditions. The professional classes, priests, scribes, merchants, and skilled craftsmen formed the backbone of the exile community. These individuals possessed the education and skills necessary to succeed in Babylonian society, while maintaining their commitment to Jewish law and custom. Many of them played crucial roles in developing new forms of Jewish religious practice and in preserving the literary and legal traditions that would become central to later Judaism. The common people, including farmers, laborers, and small merchants, faced the greatest challenges in adapting to life in Babylon. Many had been forcibly relocated from rural areas of Judah to urban centers in Babylonia, requiring them to learn new trades and adapt to unfamiliar social customs. Yet even among this group, there were remarkable stories of adaptation and success. The biblical account of Nehemiah, who rose from humble origins to become cupbearer to the Persian king, illustrates the opportunities that existed for those with determination and ability. The question of religious observance presented constant challenges for Jews living in a pagan society. The dietary laws, Sabbath observance, and ritual purity requirements that were central to Jewish identity often conflicted with the demands of daily life in Babylon. Jewish religious leaders had to develop new interpretations and applications of traditional law that would allow their people to maintain their faith while participating fully in Babylonian society. The institution of the synagogue emerged as a crucial solution to many of these challenges. Unlike the temple in Jerusalem, which could exist in only one location and required an elaborate priesthood to maintain its rituals, the synagogue could be established anywhere that 10 Jewish men could gather for prayer and study. This flexibility allowed Jewish communities throughout Babylon to maintain regular religious observance and to pass their traditions on to their children. The role of the scribe became increasingly important during the exile period. With the temple destroyed and the traditional priestly hierarchy disrupted, the preservation and interpretation of written scripture became crucial for maintaining Jewish identity. Scribes like Ezra devoted themselves to collecting, copying, and interpreting the sacred texts that would eventually become the Hebrew Bible. Their work ensured that Jewish religious and legal traditions would survive the exile and could be restored when the opportunity arose. Education became a central concern for Jewish families in Babylon. Parents recognized that their children's success in this foreign land would depend on their ability to master both Jewish traditions and Babylonian customs. The result was a generation of young Jews who were fluent in multiple languages, comfortable with diverse cultural practices, and sophisticated in their understanding of both religious and secular learning. This educational achievement would prove invaluable when the opportunity arose to return to Jerusalem and rebuild Jewish society. The economic success of many Jewish exiles created new possibilities for supporting Jewish religious and cultural institutions. Wealthy merchants and landowners could provide financial support for synagogues, schools, and charitable organizations that served the broader Jewish community. The tradition of charitable giving, which had been important in ancient Israel, took on new significance in Babylon as a means of maintaining community solidarity and supporting those who were less fortunate. The interaction between Jewish and Babylonian cultures produced fascinating examples of cultural synthesis. Jewish merchants adopted Babylonian commercial practices and legal forms while maintaining their distinctive ethical standards. Jewish scholars engaged with Babylonian, astronomical, and mathematical knowledge while preserving their own religious traditions. Jewish craftsmen learned Babylonian techniques and styles while creating objects that reflected Jewish religious sensibilities. The family remained the cornerstone of Jewish life in Babylon, serving as the primary institution for transmitting religious values and cultural traditions to the next generation. Jewish parents faced the challenge of raising children who could succeed in Babylonian society while remaining faithful to Jewish law and custom. The development of elaborate family rituals and ceremonies helped to reinforce Jewish identity and to create a sense of continuity with the traditions of the homeland. Marriage customs reflected the complex balance between adaptation and preservation that characterized Jewish life in Babylon. While intermarriage with Babylonians was not uncommon, especially among the upper classes, Jewish religious leaders worked to maintain the distinctiveness of Jewish family life through careful attention to marriage laws and customs. The preservation of genealogical records became increasingly important as a means of maintaining tribal and family identity. The intellectual life of the Jewish exile community was remarkably vibrant. The enforced leisure of some exiles, combined with the cultural richness of Babylonian society, created opportunities for literary and theological creativity that might not have existed in the homeland. The prophetic literature of the exile period, including the works of Ezekiel and the anonymous prophet known as Second Isaiah, represents some of the most sophisticated theological thinking in the Hebrew Bible. The development of new forms of Jewish religious expression during the exile period would have profound implications for the future of Judaism. The emphasis on written scripture, the institution of the synagogue, and the elevation of the scribe as a religious authority would all become central features of post-exilic Judaism. These innovations, born out of necessity during the Babylonian exile, would enable Judaism to survive and flourish in diverse cultural contexts throughout the ancient world. As the Persian Empire consolidated its control over Babylon and began to implement its policy of religious tolerance, the Jewish exile community found itself in an increasingly favorable position. The Persian respect for local customs and religious practices created new opportunities for Jewish religious expression and cultural development. The stage was being set for the eventual return to Jerusalem and the rebuilding of the temple, but the experiences of the exile period had already begun to transform Judaism in ways that would influence its development for centuries to come. The exile in Babylon, while beginning as a catastrophe for the Jewish people, ultimately became a period of remarkable creativity and adaptation. The institutions, practices, and ideas that emerged during this period would not only enable the Jewish people to survive their displacement, but would provide the foundation for Judaism's future development as a world religion. The Jews who would eventually return to Jerusalem would bring with them not only the memory of their ancestral homeland, but also the accumulated wisdom and experience of their years in Babylon, creating a synthesis that would prove far richer and more durable than what had existed before the exile. The fall of Babylon, the Persian advance. The approach of Cyrus toward Babylon in the year 539 BCE represented the culmination of a military and diplomatic campaign that had been years in the making. Unlike the sudden, brutal assaults that had characterized earlier Near Eastern warfare, the Persian advance toward the greatest city in the world was methodical, calculated, and informed by a sophisticated understanding of both military strategy and political psychology. Cyrus had learned from his previous conquests that the key to lasting success lay not merely in defeating enemy armies, but in winning the hearts and minds of the peoples he sought to rule. The Persian king's reputation had preceded him across the ancient world. Word of his extraordinary policies, his respect for local customs, his protection of religious institutions, his clemency toward defeated enemies, had spread through the networks of merchants, diplomats, and refugees that connected the great cities of the age. In Babylon itself, these stories had created a complex mixture of hope and apprehension among different segments of the population. While the ruling elite feared the loss of their privileged position, many ordinary citizens and subject peoples had begun to wonder whether Persian rule might offer advantages over the increasingly corrupt and ineffective Babylonian administration. The military preparations for the campaign against Babylon had begun immediately after Cyrus's conquest of Lydia and the defeat of King Croesus. The Persian king understood that Babylon presented challenges unlike any he had previously faced. The city's massive fortifications, its strategic location at the center of an extensive irrigation system, and its enormous population made it virtually impregnable to conventional siege warfare. Moreover, Babylon's wealth and diplomatic connections meant that it could potentially rally allies from across the region and sustain a prolonged resistance that might drain Persian resources and undermine Cyrus's momentum. Cyrus's approach to this challenge revealed the sophistication of Persian strategic thinking. Rather than immediately marching on Babylon, he spent several years consolidating his control over the surrounding territories and systematically isolating the Babylonian capital from potential sources of support. Persian armies swept through the regions north and east of Babylon, securing the loyalty of local governors and cutting off the trade routes that were essential to the city's economic survival. At the same time, Persian diplomats worked to neutralize potential Babylonian allies, offering more attractive terms to regional powers that might otherwise have supported King Nabonidus. The Persian intelligence network, which had proven so effective in earlier campaigns, was deployed extensively in preparation for the Babylonian campaign. Persian agents, disguised as merchants, craftsmen, and religious pilgrims, had been gathering information about Babylon's defenses, political situation, and popular mood for years before the actual military advance began. These agents reported back on everything from the strength of the city's walls to the locations of granaries and water supplies. From the loyalty of military commanders to the attitudes of different ethnic and religious communities within the city. The information gathered by Persian intelligence revealed that Babylon was far more vulnerable than its impressive exterior suggested. King Nabonidus, who had ruled the city for 17 years, had become increasingly unpopular due to his neglect of traditional Babylonian religious customs and his extended absences from the capital. The king's decision to spend 10 years in the Arabian city of Tema, while leaving his son Belshazzar to govern Babylon, had created a power vacuum that had never been satisfactorily filled. The resulting political instability had weakened the city's ability to organize effective resistance against external threats. The Persian advance began in earnest in the spring of 539 BCE, when Cyrus led his main army westward from the Iranian plateau toward the Mesopotamian heartland. The size of this force remains a matter of scholarly debate, but ancient sources suggest that it included not only Persian troops, but also contingents from all the peoples who had previously submitted to Cyrus's rule. Medes, Lydians, and various Iranian tribes marched alongside the Persian corps, creating a truly international army that reflected the inclusive nature of the emerging Persian Empire. The route chosen for the advance demonstrated Cyrus's strategic acumen. Rather than taking the most direct path to Babylon, which would have required crossing heavily fortified positions and navigating potentially hostile territory, the Persian army swung north through the Assyrian heartland before turning south toward their ultimate objective. This approach allowed Cyrus to secure important strategic positions, gather additional supplies and reinforcements, and approach Babylon from a direction where the city's defenses were less concentrated. The Persian advance was characterized by the same policies of moderation and respect for local customs that had marked Cyrus's earlier campaigns. Cities that submitted voluntarily were treated with remarkable generosity. Their walls were left intact, their populations were left in place, and their local institutions were preserved and protected. This approach created a powerful psychological impact that extended far beyond the territories actually occupied by Persian forces. As word spread of Persian clemency and justice, the willingness of local populations to resist Persian advance diminished significantly. The siege of Apis, a major fortress city on the Tigris River that controlled one of the key approaches to Babylon, illustrated both Persian military effectiveness and their innovative approach to warfare. When the city's garrison refused to surrender, Persian forces stormed the walls in a display of military prowess that demonstrated their ability to take even the strongest fortifications by force. However, once the city fell, Cyrus ordered that the civilian population be treated with complete restraint, and he personally supervised the distribution of food and medical care to those who had been injured during the fighting. The psychological impact of the fall of Apis reverberated throughout the region. Here was a demonstration that Persian forces were capable of taking any city by storm if necessary, but that resistance would be met with measured force rather than the indiscriminate slaughter that had characterized Assyrian warfare. The message was clear. Submission would be rewarded with generosity and protection, while resistance, though ultimately futile, would not result in the destruction of civilian populations or the obliteration of local culture and institutions. As Persian forces drew closer to Babylon itself, the political situation within the city became increasingly chaotic. King Nabonidus, who had finally returned from his long sojourn in Arabia, found himself facing not only an external military threat, but also internal opposition from powerful priestly and commercial interests, who had grown increasingly dissatisfied with his policies. The king's attempts to centralize religious authority around the worship of the moon god Sin had alienated the priests of Marduk, who controlled vast resources and wielded enormous influence over the urban population. The economic pressures created by the Persian advance further destabilized the situation within Babylon. The systematic cutting of trade routes had reduced the city's income and created shortages of essential goods. The cost of maintaining the large garrison necessary to defend the city's extensive fortifications strained the royal treasury, while the uncertainty about the future discouraged the kind of commercial activity that had traditionally sustained Babylon's prosperity. These economic problems exacerbated existing social tensions and undermined popular confidence in the government's ability to provide effective leadership. The religious crisis within Babylon proved to be particularly damaging to the city's ability to organize effective resistance. The conflict between Nabonidus and the priests of Marduk had created a division at the very heart of Babylonian society. The priests, who controlled not only religious institutions, but also extensive agricultural estates and commercial enterprises, began to question whether their interests might be better served by Persian rule than by continued allegiance to a king who seemed indifferent to traditional Babylonian values and customs. The Persian intelligence network within Babylon reported that growing numbers of influential citizens were expressing private doubts about the wisdom of resisting Cyrus's advance. Merchants who had heard stories of Persian protection for commercial activity, priests who had learned of Persian respect for local religious traditions, and ordinary citizens who had grown weary of the political instability and economic difficulties of recent years, all began to wonder whether Persian conquest might represent not a catastrophe, but an opportunity for positive change. The ingenious capture. The actual fall of Babylon stands as one of the most remarkable military achievements in ancient history, demonstrating a level of strategic innovation and tactical sophistication that would influence military thinking for centuries to come. The method by which Cyrus and his engineers overcame the seemingly impregnable defenses of the world's greatest city revealed not only Persian military ingenuity, but also the extent to which careful preparation and intimate knowledge of local conditions could triumph over even the most formidable obstacles. The challenge facing the Persian forces as they approached Babylon in the autumn of 539 BCE was truly daunting. The city's outer walls, which Herodotus described as being wide enough for a 4-horse chariot to turn around on their summit, extended for nearly 11 miles and were protected by a water-filled moat that made conventional siege approaches extremely difficult. The inner walls, which surrounded the city's central districts, were even more massive and were supplemented by a series of fortified gates and defensive towers that could concentrate devastating firepower against any attacking force. The Euphrates River, which flowed directly through the center of Babylon, represented both the city's greatest strength and its most significant vulnerability. The river provided an abundant water supply that made the city virtually immune to siege by blockade, and its swift current and stone-lined banks within the city seemed to make it impossible for enemy forces to use the waterway as an avenue of attack. The Babylonians had built massive bronze gates at the points where the river entered and left the city, and these were kept closed during times of danger to prevent enemy ships from penetrating the urban defenses. Yet it was precisely this river system that Persian engineers identified as the key to conquering the unconquerable city. Cyrus's military advisors had studied the hydrology of the Mesopotamian region extensively, and they understood that the Euphrates River could be diverted from its natural channel through a combination of engineering skill and massive human labor. The plan they developed was breathtaking in its audacity and required a level of coordination and secrecy that tested the limits of Persian organizational capabilities. The engineering project began several months before the actual assault on Babylon, at a point on the Euphrates River, approximately 20 miles upstream from the city. Persian engineers, working under conditions of absolute secrecy, began the construction of an elaborate system of dams, channels, and reservoirs that would allow them to divert the river's flow away from its natural course through Babylon. The scale of this undertaking was enormous, requiring the labor of thousands of workers and the movement of millions of cubic feet of earth and stone. The workers employed on this project were drawn from all the peoples who had come under Persian rule, reflecting Cyrus's policy of utilizing the skills and resources of his diverse empire. Persian engineers provided the technical expertise and overall direction, while Median workers, renowned for their skill in earth-moving and construction, provided much of the manual labor. Lydian craftsmen contributed their expertise in metalwork and precision engineering, while various Iranian tribes supplied the additional manpower necessary for such a massive undertaking. The secrecy surrounding this engineering project was maintained through a combination of careful site selection, strategic deception, and the systematic control of information. The work was carried out in a relatively remote area where it could be disguised as a routine irrigation project of the type that was common throughout Mesopotamia. Persian intelligence agents spread rumors that Cyrus was planning to establish a new royal capital upstream from Babylon, which would explain the extensive construction activity without revealing the true military purpose of the work. The technical challenges involved in diverting the Euphrates were formidable. The river carried an enormous volume of water, particularly during the spring flood season, and any attempt to redirect its flow would require engineering solutions that pushed the boundaries of ancient technology. Persian engineers solved these problems through a combination of innovative design and brute force, creating a system of massive earth-filled dams reinforced with stone and timber that could withstand the tremendous pressure of the diverted river. The timing of the operation was crucial to its success. The assault on Babylon was planned to coincide with one of the city's major religious festivals, when the attention of both the garrison and the civilian population would be focused on ceremonial activities rather than military vigilance. The Persian engineers calculated that they would need several hours to complete the river diversion and allow the water level within Babylon to drop sufficiently for troops to wade along the river bed into the heart of the city. The night chosen for the operation was October 12, 539 BCE, during the annual festival of Marduk, when the entire city would be engaged in religious celebrations that continued throughout the night. Persian intelligence had confirmed that this would be an ideal time to launch the assault, as the festival traditionally involved extensive drinking and merrymaking. That would reduce the alertness of the city's defenders. The bronze gates that normally blocked river access to the city would be opened during the festival to allow ceremonial barges to pass, creating a window of opportunity for the Persian forces. As darkness fell on that fateful night, Persian engineers at the upstream diversion site began the final phase of their months-long preparation. Working by torchlight and maintaining absolute silence, they removed the temporary barriers that had been holding back the waters of the Euphrates in the newly constructed reservoir system. Slowly but steadily, the river began to flow into the artificial channels that Persian engineers had carved through the landscape, leaving the original riverbed through Babylon with dramatically reduced water levels. The Persian assault force, which had been waiting in concealment near the city for several days, moved into position along the riverbank as soon as the water level began to drop. These troops, selected for their physical fitness and proven courage in night operations, were equipped with special waterproof gear that would allow them to wade through the remaining water while keeping their weapons and equipment dry. Each soldier carried scaling ladders, grappling hooks, and other equipment necessary for urban warfare, as well as supplies for several days of fighting within the city. The advance into Babylon along the riverbed represented one of the most daring military operations in ancient history. The Persian soldiers had to navigate through several miles of muddy, partially flooded terrain while maintaining complete silence and avoiding detection by the city's sentries. The risks were enormous. If the operation were discovered before the assault force reached the city center, the troops would be trapped in the riverbed with no avenue of retreat, and would face annihilation from defenders firing down from the stone-lined banks above. The psychological preparation of the assault troops was as important as their physical readiness. Cyrus himself had addressed the selected soldiers before the operation began, reminding them of the historical significance of their mission and the honor that would come to them as the conquerors of the world's greatest city. The Persian king had also emphasized that the success of the operation depended not only on their military skill, but also on their adherence to the principles of restraint and justice that characterized Persian rule. As the assault force made its way through the darkened city along the riverbed, they encountered remarkably little resistance. The festival celebrations had indeed diverted the attention of most of the garrison, while the civilian population was either participating in the religious ceremonies or sleeping off the effects of the evening's festivities. The few sentries who did observe the Persian advance assumed that they were seeing festival participants who had fallen into the river during the celebrations, a not uncommon occurrence during Babylon's more exuberant religious festivals. The Persian troops emerged from the riverbed at several points throughout the city, allowing them to coordinate simultaneous attacks on key strategic objectives. One group moved immediately toward the royal palace, where they hoped to capture King Nabonidus and the royal family before organized resistance could develop. Another group secured the main gates of the city, preventing the garrison from concentrating their forces for a coordinated defense. A third group moved to secure the city's granaries and arsenals, denying the defenders access to essential supplies. The capture of the royal palace was accomplished with remarkable ease, reflecting both the effectiveness of Persian planning and the extent to which Babylonian defenses had been weakened by internal political divisions. The palace guards, many of whom had been drinking during the festival, were overwhelmed before they could sound an effective alarm. King Nabonidus, who was apparently unaware of the Persian infiltration until it was too late to organize effective resistance, was taken prisoner along with most of the royal court. The speed and efficiency of the Persian operation left the Babylonian garrison with no opportunity to mount an organized defense. By the time military commanders realized that the city had been infiltrated, Persian forces had already secured most of the key strategic positions and had established communication between their various assault groups. The Babylonian military leadership, deprived of central command and facing a fait accompli, found themselves with little choice but to negotiate terms of surrender. The fall of Babylon was completed with remarkably little bloodshed, a testament both to Persian military skill and to their policy of moderation in dealing with conquered peoples. The civilian population, awakening to find their city under new management, discovered that the Persian forces were under strict orders to protect private property and to avoid unnecessary violence. The contrast with traditional patterns of ancient warfare, where the capture of a city typically resulted in widespread slaughter and destruction, could not have been more dramatic. The people's reaction. The dawn that broke over Babylon on October 13, 539 BCE, revealed a city transformed not merely by conquest, but by the profound realization that a new era in human history had begun. The reaction of Babylon's diverse population to their new Persian rulers would prove to be as complex and varied as the city itself, reflecting the intricate social, religious, and economic divisions that had characterized Babylonian society for generations. Yet what emerged from this complexity was a remarkable demonstration of how enlightened policies of governance could transform potential enemies into willing subjects and even enthusiastic supporters. The initial response of most Babylonians to the Persian takeover was one of stunned disbelief rather than panic or despair. The sheer audacity and technical brilliance of the river diversion strategy had so completely surprised the city's inhabitants that many initially refused to believe that their impregnable fortress had actually fallen. Rumors and conflicting reports spread through the city's neighborhoods as people tried to make sense of the extraordinary events that had unfolded during the night. Some claimed that the Persian conquest was merely a temporary occupation that would be reversed as soon as the city's main army returned from distant campaigns, while others insisted that the entire episode was an elaborate ruse designed to test the loyalty of Babylon's citizens. The Persian response to this initial confusion demonstrated the sophistication of their approach to imperial administration. Rather than imposing immediate and visible changes that might have provoked panic or resistance, Cyrus ordered that normal commercial and civic activities should continue as much as possible. Markets were allowed to operate, religious ceremonies were permitted to proceed, and the basic infrastructure of urban life was maintained without interruption. This policy of minimal disruption helped to reduce anxiety among the civilian population and created space for more thoughtful consideration of what Persian rule might actually mean for their daily lives. The merchant class, which formed the backbone of Babylon's economy, was among the first to recognize the potential advantages of Persian rule. These pragmatic individuals had long been frustrated by the political instability and economic uncertainty that had characterized the final years of Nabonidus's reign. The Persian reputation for protecting trade routes, enforcing commercial contracts, and maintaining stable currencies offered the prospect of a return to the prosperous conditions that had made Babylon the commercial center of the ancient world. Within days of the conquest, delegations of leading merchants were seeking audiences with Persian administrators to discuss the terms under which business relationships might be established. The religious establishment's reaction to the Persian conquest was perhaps the most complex and significant of all the responses generated by the fall of Babylon. The priests of Marduk, who had been in open conflict with King Nabonidus over his religious policies, found themselves in the unexpected position of being courted by the new Persian authorities. Cyrus's well-established policy of respecting local religious traditions and supporting indigenous temples offered these influential religious leaders an opportunity to restore their traditional prerogatives and to regain the central role in Babylonian society that Nabonidus's innovations had threatened. The Persian king's first major public appearance in Babylon was carefully choreographed to demonstrate his respect for Babylonian religious traditions and his intention to rule as a legitimate successor to the ancient line of Mesopotamian kings, rather than as a foreign conqueror. Cyrus entered the city in a formal procession that followed the traditional route used by Babylonian monarchs during religious festivals, and he made his first official act the restoration of the statue of Marduk to its proper place in the city's main temple. This gesture, which had enormous symbolic significance for the Babylonian population, was interpreted as evidence that the Persian king intended to govern in accordance with established Mesopotamian customs and religious practices. The famous Cyrus cylinder, discovered by archaeologists in the 19th century, provides a contemporary account of the Persian king's policies toward Babylon and its inhabitants. This document, written in Akkadian and apparently intended for a Babylonian audience, presents Cyrus as a ruler chosen by Marduk himself to restore justice and proper religious observance to Babylon. The cylinder describes how Cyrus brought relief to the inhabitants of Babylon and how he abolished forced labor and improved living conditions throughout the city. While this account was clearly written for propaganda purposes, archaeological evidence suggests that it accurately reflected actual Persian policies. The impact of Persian religious tolerance extended far beyond the restoration of traditional Babylonian practices. The diverse ethnic and religious communities that had been brought to Babylon during the centuries of Mesopotamian empire building found themselves with unprecedented freedom to practice their ancestral customs and to maintain their distinct cultural identities. This policy represented a dramatic departure from the assimilationist approach that had characterized earlier imperial systems and created a new model for managing diversity within a large, multi-ethnic state. The Jewish exile community, which had maintained its distinct identity throughout nearly half a century of Babylonian rule, found itself in a particularly favorable position under the new Persian administration. Cyrus's decree, allowing the Jews to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple, represented not merely an act of religious tolerance, but a calculated policy designed to create loyal populations in strategically important border regions. Yet the Persian king's respect for Jewish religious traditions and his willingness to provide material support for the reconstruction of the Jerusalem temple went far beyond mere political calculation and reflected a genuine commitment to the principles of religious freedom and cultural autonomy. The reaction of the Jewish community to the Persian conquest was complicated by the fact that many had established successful lives in Babylon and were reluctant to abandon their prosperity for the uncertainties of return to a devastated homeland. The archives discovered at Tel Aviv and other sites reveal that substantial numbers of Jewish families chose to remain in Babylon even after the option of return became available. These individuals, while maintaining their religious and cultural identity, had become thoroughly integrated into Babylonian society and saw Persian rule as an opportunity to enjoy both material success and religious freedom without the hardships associated with resettlement. The common people of Babylon, who formed the vast majority of the city's population, initially approached the Persian conquest with a mixture of apprehension and cautious optimism. Their primary concerns were practical rather than ideological. Would they be able to continue their occupations? Would their families be safe? Would they have access to food and other necessities? And would they be subjected to crushing taxation or forced labor? The Persian response to these concerns was consistently reassuring, with new policies that actually improved living conditions for many ordinary citizens. The abolition of certain forms of forced labor that had been imposed by previous Babylonian rulers was particularly popular among the working classes. The Persian administrative system, which relied more heavily on monetary taxation than on labor conscription, allowed many craftsmen and farmers to pursue their occupations with greater freedom and potentially higher incomes. The Persian commitment to maintaining and improving the city's infrastructure also created employment opportunities for construction workers, engineers, and other skilled laborers. The youth of Babylon, who had no strong personal attachment to the old political system, proved to be among the most enthusiastic supporters of Persian rule. Many young Babylonians were attracted by the opportunities for advancement that the expanding Persian Empire offered to talented individuals regardless of their ethnic background. The Persian military, administrative service, and commercial enterprises all provided career paths that had been largely closed under the previous system, where advancement had depended primarily on birth and political connections. The intellectual and artistic communities within Babylon responded to Persian rule with particular enthusiasm. The Persian court's patronage of learning and the arts, combined with their policy of bringing together scholars and artists from throughout their empire, created unprecedented opportunities for intellectual exchange and creative collaboration. Babylonian astronomers, mathematicians, and scribes found themselves working alongside colleagues from Persia, Media, Lydia, and other regions, leading to a remarkable flowering of scholarly and artistic achievement. The speed with which Babylonian society adapted to Persian rule reflected not only the effectiveness of Persian policies, but also the extent to which the old system had lost the loyalty and support of significant segments of the population. The political instability, religious conflicts, and economic difficulties that had characterized the final years of Babylonian independence had created a situation where many citizens were ready for change and willing to give new leadership an opportunity to prove itself. The Persian administrators, who took control of Babylon's government, demonstrated remarkable sensitivity to local customs and concerns. Rather than imposing a completely foreign system of administration, they worked to adapt Persian imperial practices to Babylonian conditions and to incorporate existing institutional structures into the new governmental framework. This approach helped to minimize disruption and to maintain continuity in areas where the old system had been functioning effectively. The transformation of public attitudes toward the Persian conquest was perhaps most clearly demonstrated in the realm of public celebrations and festivals. Within months of the conquest, Persian officials were being invited to participate in traditional Babylonian religious ceremonies, while elements of Persian culture were being incorporated into local festivals and celebrations. This cultural synthesis reflected a genuine acceptance of Persian rule rather than mere political submission, and suggested that the integration of Babylon into the Persian Empire was proceeding more smoothly than anyone had dared to hope. The long-term implications of the Babylonian population's positive response to Persian Rule extended far beyond the immediate circumstances of the conquest. The successful integration of the world's greatest city into the Persian Empire provided a model for how diverse populations could be brought together under a single political system without sacrificing their cultural distinctiveness or individual identity. This achievement would prove to be one of the most enduring legacies of Cyrus's revolutionary approach to imperial governance and would influence political thinking about diversity and tolerance for centuries to come. The fall of Babylon thus represented not merely a military victory, but a demonstration of the power of enlightened policies to transform conquest into cooperation and resistance into enthusiasm. The people of Babylon, from the highest nobles to the humblest laborers, had discovered that their new Persian rulers offered not oppression but opportunity, not cultural destruction but cultural preservation, not exploitation but partnership in building a new kind of empire that would extend across 3 continents and endure for over 2 centuries. The decree, freedom for the Jews, the historical decree, in the spring of 538 BCE, approximately 6 months after the fall of Babylon, an announcement was made that would reverberate through history and fundamentally alter the trajectory of human civilization. The decree issued by Cyrus the Great regarding the Jewish exiles represented far more than a simple administrative decision about the disposition of a displaced population. It embodied a revolutionary conception of imperial governance, religious tolerance, and human dignity that challenged the fundamental assumptions upon which ancient political authority had been based for millennia. The historical documentation of this momentous decree comes to us through 2 primary sources that, while differing in perspective and emphasis, provide complementary insights into both the content and the significance of Cyrus's proclamation. The first source is the famous Cyrus cylinder, discovered in 1879 during archaeological excavations in Babylon, and now housed in the British Museum. Written in Akkadian cuneiform on a clay barrel, this document represents the Persian king's own account of his policies toward the various displaced peoples under his rule. The second source is the biblical record found in the books of Ezra and Chronicles, which preserves the Jewish community's understanding and interpretation of the decree that would change their destiny forever. The Cyrus cylinder, often referred to as the world's first charter of human rights, provides the broader context within which the Jewish decree must be understood. The document begins with a scathing denunciation of the previous Babylonian ruler, Nabonidus, whom Cyrus accuses of neglecting the proper worship of the gods and oppressing the people of Babylon. The cylinder presents Cyrus as a ruler chosen by Marduk, the chief deity of Babylon, to restore justice and proper religious observance throughout the empire. This theological framework was crucial to establishing Cyrus's legitimacy in the eyes of his new Babylonian subjects and provided the ideological foundation for his revolutionary policies toward displaced populations. The language of the Cyrus cylinder reveals the sophisticated political thinking that underlay Persian imperial policy. Rather than presenting himself as a foreign conqueror imposing alien customs upon subject peoples, Cyrus consistently portrays his role as that of a restorer of ancient traditions and legitimate religious practices. The text declares that he has returned the images of the gods to their proper temples, and has gathered all their inhabitants and returned them to their dwellings. This language suggests that the Persian king viewed his policies not as innovations, but as the restoration of a natural order that had been disrupted by previous rulers' impious actions. The specific provisions of the cylinder regarding displaced populations established the principles that would govern Persian treatment of the Jewish exiles and other deported communities. The document states that Cyrus has returned to sacred cities across the river Tigris, the sanctuaries of which have been ruins for a long time, the images which used to live therein, and established for them permanent sanctuaries. More significantly, it declares that he has gathered all their former inhabitants and returned them to their habitations. This policy represented a complete reversal of the Assyrian and Babylonian practice of using forced deportation as a tool of imperial control. The biblical account of the Cyrus decree, preserved in Ezra 1-2-4 and 2 Chronicles 36-22-23, provides a more specific focus on the provisions relating to the Jewish community. According to this source, Cyrus declared, "The Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has appointed me to build a temple for him at Jerusalem in Judah. Any of his people among you may go up to Jerusalem in Judah and build the temple of the Lord, the God of Israel, the God who is in Jerusalem, and may their God be with them." And in any locality where survivors may now be living, the people are to provide them with silver and gold, with goods and livestock, and with free will offerings for the temple of God in Jerusalem. The remarkable aspect of this biblical version of the decree is its explicit theological language, which presents Cyrus as acknowledging the sovereignty of the Jewish God over his imperial authority. Whether these specific words actually came from Cyrus himself, or represent a Jewish interpretation of more general Persian policies regarding religious restoration, they capture the extraordinary nature of a pagan emperor, explicitly supporting the reconstruction of a foreign temple and the return of exiled worshippers to their ancestral homeland. The language employed in both versions of the decree reveals careful attention to religious sensibilities and cultural concerns that went far beyond mere political expediency. In the Cyrus cylinder, the Persian king consistently presents his actions as fulfilling divine commands rather than pursuing personal ambitions. This theological framework would have resonated powerfully with the religious worldview of ancient Near Eastern peoples, who understood political authority as deriving ultimately from divine sanction. By presenting himself as the servant of various gods rather than their master, Cyrus established a pattern of imperial legitimacy that could be adapted to the religious traditions of diverse subject populations. The practical provisions of the decree regarding the Jewish return demonstrate the comprehensive nature of Persian planning for this unprecedented population movement. The authorization for temple reconstruction was accompanied by specific provisions for material support, including the return of sacred vessels that had been taken from the Jerusalem temple during Nebuchadnezzar's conquest. The Persian treasury was to provide funding for the rebuilding project, while local populations throughout the empire were encouraged to contribute voluntary offerings to support the returning exiles. The administrative mechanisms established to implement the decree revealed the sophistication of Persian imperial bureaucracy. Detailed records were kept of families authorized to return, with careful attention to genealogical documentation that would establish the returnees' rights to land and religious privileges in Judah. Lists of temple vessels and other sacred objects were compiled to ensure their proper restoration to Jerusalem. Financial arrangements were made to provide ongoing support for the temple reconstruction and the maintenance of religious services. The symbolic significance of the decree extended far beyond its practical provisions. The decision to allow and actively support the return of exiled populations represented a fundamental challenge to the logic of imperial control that had dominated ancient political thinking for centuries. Previous empires had used deportation precisely because it severed the connections between peoples and their ancestral lands, making resistance more difficult and integration into imperial structures more complete. The Persian willingness to reverse this process suggested a confidence in their imperial system that was based on attraction rather than coercion. The timing of the decree was politically significant as well. By issuing his proclamation relatively soon after the conquest of Babylon, Cyrus demonstrated that his policies toward displaced populations were not merely temporary expedients designed to consolidate his hold on power, but represented permanent features of Persian imperial ideology. The speed with which the decree was implemented also reflected the efficiency of Persian administrative systems and their ability to coordinate complex operations across vast distances. The language of the decree also reveals important insights into Persian understanding of the relationship between political authority and religious obligation. Throughout both the Cyrus cylinder and the biblical account, there is a consistent emphasis on the idea that rulers have responsibilities toward the gods and their worshippers that transcend narrow political calculations. This concept of imperial duty toward religious communities would become a defining characteristic of Persian rule and would influence political thinking about the relationship between secular and religious authority for centuries to come. The international implications of the decree were profound. Word of Cyrus's policies toward the Jewish exiles spread rapidly throughout the ancient world, creating expectations among other displaced populations and establishing precedents that would influence Persian treatment of similar situations throughout their empire. The decree effectively announced to the world that the Persian Empire would operate according to principles fundamentally different from those that had governed previous imperial systems. The preservation of the decree in both Persian and Jewish sources testifies to its perceived importance by contemporary observers. The fact that both cultures saw fit to record and preserve these documents suggests that all parties recognized the historical significance of what was being accomplished. The decree represented not merely a change in administrative policy, but a fundamental shift in the conception of what empire could and should be. The theological implications of the decree were equally significant for both Persian and Jewish religious development. For the Persians, the policy demonstrated the practical application of Zoroastrian principles regarding the cosmic struggle between truth and falsehood, with Cyrus presenting himself as an agent of divine justice, restoring proper order to the world. For the Jews, the decree represented divine vindication of their faith and the fulfillment of prophetic promises regarding their eventual restoration to the promised land. Jewish reaction: from despair to hope. The announcement of Cyrus's decree in the Jewish communities of Babylon created an emotional earthquake that shattered decades of carefully constructed accommodation to exile and forced an entire people to confront questions about identity, faith, and destiny that they had scarcely dared to contemplate. The reaction of the Jewish population to this unprecedented opportunity for return revealed the complex psychological and spiritual transformation that had occurred during the long years of displacement, as well as the profound divisions that existed within the exile community about their relationship to both their Babylonian present and their Palestinian future. The initial response to news of the decree was one of stunned disbelief rather than immediate celebration. After nearly half a century of exile, the possibility of return to Jerusalem had become for many Jews more a matter of religious hope than practical expectation. The prophetic promises of restoration had been preserved and transmitted through the generations, but the harsh realities of political powerlessness and geographic displacement had made these promises seem increasingly remote from the actual circumstances of daily life in Babylon. The first Jews to learn of the decree were likely members of the community leadership who maintained contact with Persian administrative officials and who would have been informed of the policy changes as part of the normal process of imperial communication with subject populations. These leaders faced the enormous challenge of verifying the authenticity of what seemed too good to be true, and then communicating this momentous news to their communities in a way that would generate appropriate responses rather than unrealistic expectations or dangerous disappointments. The process of disseminating news of the decree throughout the various Jewish settlements in Babylon required careful orchestration. The Jewish exile community was not concentrated in a single location, but was distributed among numerous towns and cities throughout the Babylonian heartland. Each of these communities had developed its own leadership structure and its own particular patterns of adaptation to local conditions. The challenge of ensuring that all Jewish communities received accurate information about the decree and understood its implications required a level of coordination that tested the organizational capabilities of the exile leadership. The reading of the decree in Jewish communities throughout Babylon created scenes of extraordinary emotional intensity. Contemporary accounts, preserved in later rabbinic literature, described gatherings where the formal announcement of Persian policy was followed by periods of stunned silence, then by outbursts of weeping, singing, and prayer that continued for hours. The psychological impact of learning that return to Jerusalem was not only possible but actively supported by imperial authority was overwhelming for people who had constructed their entire adult lives around the assumption that such return was impossible. The range of emotional responses to the decree reflected the diversity of circumstances and perspectives within the Jewish exile community. For elderly Jews who had been young adults at the time of the original deportation, the decree represented the miraculous fulfillment of hopes they had maintained throughout decades of separation from their homeland. These individuals, who retained vivid memories of Jerusalem and the temple, responded to news of the decree with tears of joy and expressions of gratitude that their faith had been vindicated by historical events. For middle-aged Jews who had been children at the time of exile, or who had been born in the early years of displacement, the reaction was more complex. These individuals had spent their formative years in Babylon and had achieved varying degrees of success and integration into Babylonian society. While they had been raised with stories of Jerusalem and had maintained their Jewish identity, their emotional attachment to Palestine was based more on religious teaching than on personal memory. The decree forced them to confront fundamental questions about where their primary loyalties and commitments actually lay. The younger generation of Jews, those who had been born and raised entirely in Babylon, presented the most complex case of all. These individuals were thoroughly assimilated into Babylonian culture while remaining committed to Jewish religious practice. Many spoke Aramaic as their primary language and had only rudimentary knowledge of Hebrew. Their understanding of Jerusalem and Jewish, Palestinian traditions was based entirely on religious instruction and family stories rather than personal experience. For this generation, the decree represented not a return to a remembered homeland, but a journey to a foreign country that happened to be their ancestral origin. The economic implications of the decree created additional complexity in Jewish responses. Many exile families had achieved considerable prosperity in Babylon through commerce, craftsmanship, and professional services. The prospect of abandoning established businesses, property holdings, and professional relationships in order to participate in the uncertain venture of rebuilding a devastated land was daunting, even for those who were religiously committed to the idea of return. The decree forced Jewish families to make difficult calculations about whether religious and cultural considerations outweighed material concerns. The reaction of Jewish women to the decree was particularly complex, as they faced the prospect of leaving behind social networks and family relationships that had sustained them through the challenges of exile. Babylonian Jewish women had developed extensive connections with their non-Jewish neighbors and had established patterns of community life that provided both practical support and emotional satisfaction. The idea of abandoning these relationships in order to begin again in an unfamiliar environment was especially difficult for women who had primary responsibility for maintaining household stability and continuity. The religious leadership of the Jewish community found themselves facing unprecedented challenges in providing guidance to their people about how to respond to the decree. The prophetic literature had consistently proclaimed that God would eventually restore the Jewish people to their land, but the practical questions about how this restoration should be accomplished had received little attention. The priests and scribes who had maintained Jewish religious traditions during the exile now had to develop new teachings about the religious obligations associated with return and the proper relationship between those who chose to return and those who chose to remain in Babylon. The debates that emerged within Jewish communities about the proper response to the decree revealed fundamental divisions about the nature of Jewish identity and religious obligation. One faction, led primarily by priests and scribes, with strong connections to pre-exile traditions, argued that all Jews had a religious duty to participate in the return to Jerusalem and the rebuilding of the temple. This group viewed the decree as divine intervention in human history and believed that failure to respond appropriately would constitute a rejection of God's plan for the Jewish people. A second faction, composed primarily of successful merchants and professionals who had achieved comfortable lives in Babylon, argued that the decree should be understood as providing options rather than imposing obligations. These individuals maintained that Jews could serve God effectively in any location, and that the practical difficulties associated with return made it unreasonable to expect all Jewish families to abandon their established lives for an uncertain future in Palestine. This group was willing to provide financial support for those who chose to return, but saw no religious requirement for personal participation in the return movement. A third perspective emerged among younger Jews who had been most thoroughly acculturated to Babylonian society. These individuals argued that the decree represented an opportunity to create a new synthesis between Jewish religious traditions and the broader cultural achievements of the Persian Empire. They suggested that returned Jews could serve as intermediaries between Persian imperial administration and the diverse populations of the Levantine region, using their cultural bilingualism to advance both Jewish interests and imperial goals. The emotional intensity of these debates was heightened by the fact that they forced Jewish families to confront questions about their deepest values and commitments that had been largely theoretical during the period when return seemed impossible. Parents had to decide whether to uproot children from the only environment they had ever known. Successful businessmen had to choose between material security and religious idealism. Elderly individuals had to determine whether they had the physical and emotional strength to undertake the arduous journey to Jerusalem and the even more challenging task of rebuilding their lives in a devastated land. The process of individual and family decision-making about participation in the return was often prolonged and agonizing. Jewish households throughout Babylon engaged in lengthy discussions about the practical, emotional, and religious considerations involved in such a momentous choice. These conversations were complicated by the fact that different family members often reached different conclusions about the proper course of action, creating painful divisions within families that had maintained unity throughout the challenges of exile. The community meetings held to discuss responses to the decree became forums for intense emotional expression as well as practical planning. These gatherings provided opportunities for Jews to share their fears, hopes, and uncertainties about the future with others who faced similar dilemmas. The collective process of wrestling with the implications of the decree helped to strengthen community bonds even as it revealed the diversity of perspectives within the Jewish population. A psychological impact of the decree extended beyond the immediate question of whether to return to Jerusalem. For many Jews, the simple fact that return had become possible represented a fundamental validation of their faith and their decision to maintain Jewish identity throughout the long years of exile. Even those who ultimately chose to remain in Babylon found that the decree had transformed their understanding of their situation, changing them from involuntary exiles to voluntary diaspora communities. The reaction of non-Jewish Babylonians to Jewish responses to the decree was generally supportive, reflecting both Persian imperial policy and the positive relationships that many Jewish families had developed with their neighbors during the exile period. Babylonian merchants and craftsmen who had worked closely with Jewish colleagues expressed both understanding of Jewish desires to return to their homeland and regret at the prospect of losing valued business partners and friends. Some non-Jewish Babylonians even contributed financially to support the return movement, viewing it as an opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty to Persian imperial policies. The gradual crystallization of Jewish responses to the decree revealed the profound transformation that had occurred in Jewish religious and cultural life during the exile period. The community that emerged from this process of decision-making was no longer the same people who had been deported from Jerusalem 50 years earlier. They had become a more complex, more diverse, and in many ways more sophisticated community that would bring new perspectives and capabilities to the task of rebuilding Jewish life in Palestine. Preparation for return. The transition from the initial euphoria of learning about Cyrus's decree to the practical reality of organizing one of the largest voluntary population movements in ancient history required a level of planning, coordination, and logistical sophistication that tested the organizational capabilities of the Jewish exile community to their limits. The preparations for return, which extended over several months and involved thousands of families scattered across the Babylonian heartland, revealed both the administrative skills that Jews had developed during their years in exile and the profound emotional complexity of leaving behind the only home that many had ever known. The first phase of preparation involved the establishment of a centralized leadership structure capable of coordinating the return movement across the various Jewish communities in Babylon. The traditional tribal and family-based organization that had characterized pre-exile Jewish society had been significantly modified during the years of displacement, as Jews had adapted to Babylonian administrative structures and social patterns. The return movement required the creation of new forms of organization that could bridge these different organizational systems and provide effective leadership for the complex tasks ahead. The Persian administration played a crucial role in facilitating the organization of the return movement. Imperial officials provided not only the legal authorization necessary for the population transfer, but also practical assistance in the form of transportation, supplies, and security arrangements. The Persian commitment to supporting the return went far beyond mere permission and represented substantial investment of imperial resources in ensuring the success of the venture. This level of support reflected both Persian imperial policy toward displaced populations and their strategic interest in establishing a loyal population in the strategically important region of Palestine. The selection of leadership for the return movement became a matter of intense debate within the Jewish community. The choice ultimately fell upon Zerubbabel, a descendant of the Davidic royal line, and Jeshua, a member of the high priestly family, representing a conscious effort to maintain continuity with pre-exile Jewish political and religious institutions. The dual leadership structure reflected the complex nature of the return movement, which involved both the restoration of a political community and the rebuilding of religious institutions. The process of registration for the return required the creation of comprehensive genealogical records that would establish returnees' rights to land holdings and religious privileges in Palestine. This task was complicated by the fact that family records had been disrupted during the exile, and many families had difficulty providing definitive proof of their ancestral connections to specific tribes or priestly lineages. The compilation of these records required months of careful investigation and testimony from community elders who retained knowledge of pre-exile family relationships. The practical challenges of organizing the return were enormous. The journey from Babylon to Jerusalem covered approximately 900 miles of often difficult terrain and would require several months to complete. The logistics of moving thousands of people, along with their possessions, livestock, and the sacred vessels being returned to the Jerusalem temple, required careful planning for transportation, food supplies, security, and medical care. The Persian administration provided some assistance with these arrangements, but much of the detailed planning had to be handled by Jewish organizers, working with limited resources and experience in such large-scale operations. The economic aspects of preparation for return created both opportunities and anxieties within the Jewish community. Families who had decided to return faced the challenge of converting their Babylonian assets into portable form while obtaining the resources necessary for re-establishing themselves in Palestine. Property sales, business liquidations, and the collection of outstanding debts required careful timing to maximize returns while avoiding market disruptions that might harm the broader Jewish community. The emotional preparation for departure proved to be as challenging as the practical arrangements. Jewish families throughout Babylon found themselves engaged in a prolonged process of leave-taking that involved not only their non-Jewish neighbors, but also Jewish friends and relatives who had chosen to remain. These farewells were made more difficult by the uncertainty about whether the separated families would ever see each other again, given the distances involved and the uncertainties associated with establishing new communities in Palestine. The religious preparation for return involved extensive consultation with Jewish scriptures and traditions to determine the proper procedures for re-establishing temple worship and community life in Jerusalem. The priests and scribes who would be responsible for these tasks faced the challenge of adapting religious practices that had been developed for exile conditions to the different circumstances that would prevail in the restored homeland. Questions about ritual purity, temple procedures, and community organization required careful study and preparation. The gathering of returnees in designated staging areas near Babylon created temporary communities that served as previews of the challenges and opportunities that would characterize life in the restored homeland. These assemblages brought together Jews from different backgrounds, economic circumstances, and levels of religious observance, requiring the development of new patterns of cooperation and mutual support. The experience of living together in these temporary communities helped to prepare returnees for the collaborative effort that would be necessary for successful resettlement. The inventory and preparation of the temple vessels and other sacred objects being returned to Jerusalem required special care and ceremony. These items, which had been preserved in Babylonian temples and royal treasuries for nearly 50 years, represented tangible links to the pre-exile period and symbols of continuity with ancient Jewish traditions. The process of cataloging, cleaning, and preparing these objects for transport became occasions for religious ceremony and community celebration. The farewell ceremonies held in Jewish communities throughout Babylon reflected the profound emotional significance of the return movement for both those who were leaving and those who were staying. These gatherings combined expressions of joy at the fulfillment of ancient hopes with sorrow at the separation of families and friends. The ceremonies also provided opportunities for the Jewish communities to reaffirm their commitment to maintaining connections between the returnees and those who remained in Babylon. The final phases of preparation involved the actual assembly of the caravan that would make the journey to Jerusalem. This process required the coordination of thousands of individuals and families, along with their possessions, livestock, and supplies, into an organized traveling community, capable of maintaining order and security during the long journey ahead. The creation of this traveling community represented a remarkable achievement in organization and logistics that demonstrated the administrative capabilities that Jews had developed during their years of exile. The departure from Babylon was accompanied by ceremonies that acknowledged both the significance of the moment and the complexity of emotions it generated. Persian officials participated in these ceremonies as part of their commitment to supporting the return movement, while Babylonian neighbors gathered to bid farewell to Jewish friends and colleagues. The ceremonies combined expressions of gratitude to the Persian emperor for his decree with prayers for divine protection during the journey ahead and success in rebuilding the homeland. The organization of the traveling caravan required careful attention to security, logistics, and internal governance. The route to Jerusalem passed through territories where central authority was sometimes weak and where traveling groups might face harassment from bandits or hostile local populations. The Persian administration provided some military escort for portions of the journey, but the returnees also had to organize their own security arrangements and establish procedures for maintaining order within the caravan. The departure of the returnees from Babylon marked the end of one chapter in Jewish history and the beginning of another. The community that set out for Jerusalem was fundamentally different from the one that had arrived in Babylon 50 years earlier. They had been transformed by their exile experience, enriched by their contact with Babylonian and Persian culture, and strengthened by their successful adaptation to challenging circumstances. They carried with them not only the hope of rebuilding their ancient homeland, but also the knowledge, skills, and perspectives that would enable them to create something new and unprecedented in the process. The preparations for return had revealed both the unity and the diversity that characterized the Jewish exile community. While Jews throughout Babylon had maintained their shared commitment to their ancestral traditions, they had also developed different perspectives and priorities based on their particular circumstances and experiences. The return movement represented an attempt to channel this diversity toward the common goal of rebuilding Jewish life in Palestine, while acknowledging that not all Jews would participate in this effort and that the diaspora communities would continue to play important roles in Jewish life. The success of the preparation process reflected the remarkable adaptability and resilience that had enabled the Jewish people to survive and flourish during their years of exile. The organizational skills, cultural sophistication, and religious creativity that had sustained them in Babylon would prove to be invaluable assets in the even greater challenge that lay ahead: the reconstruction of a homeland that existed more in memory and hope than in contemporary reality. The return to Jerusalem would test whether the lessons learned in exile could be successfully applied to the task of rebuilding not just a city and a temple, but an entire civilization. The return to Zion, the journey home. The great caravan that departed from Babylon in the spring of 538 BCE stretched for miles across the ancient landscape, a river of humanity flowing westward toward a homeland that existed more in memory and in the lived experience of most who traveled toward it. At the head of this extraordinary procession rode Sheshbazzar, the appointed governor, carrying with him not only the sacred vessels of Solomon's temple, but also the weight of a people's hopes and the responsibility for transforming divine decree into earthly reality. The logistics of moving nearly 50,000 people across 800 miles of often hostile territory represented an organizational challenge unlike any previously undertaken by the Jewish people. The caravan included not only the returnees themselves, but also their servants, livestock, and the material possessions they had accumulated during half a century of life in Babylon. Hundreds of wagons creaked under the weight of household goods, tools, building materials, and provisions for the journey. Herds of cattle, flocks of sheep and goats, and strings of donkeys and camels accompanied the human travelers, creating a moving city that required constant coordination and oversight. The Persian administration had provided military escort for the initial stages of the journey, but as the caravan moved beyond the well-patrolled regions near Babylon, the returnees increasingly relied on their own resources for protection. Men who had been merchants and craftsmen in Babylon found themselves standing guard duty, learning to handle weapons and organize watch schedules. The peaceful prosperity of exile had not prepared them for the dangers of the road, but necessity proved an effective teacher, and the community quickly developed the skills needed for collective defense. The route westward followed ancient trade paths that had connected the civilizations of Mesopotamia with the Mediterranean world for millennia. These roads passed through territories controlled by various local rulers who maintained complex relationships with the Persian Empire. Some welcomed the caravan as a source of trade and revenue, offering provisions and safe passage in exchange for payment. Others viewed the large group with suspicion or saw it as an opportunity for extortion, demanding tribute for passage through their domains. The diversity of the traveling community created both challenges and opportunities as the journey progressed. Wealthy returnees who had prospered in Babylon traveled in relative comfort, with servants to attend their needs and resources to purchase additional supplies along the way. Poor families struggled with the basic necessities of survival, dependent on community support and shared resources. The caravan leadership worked constantly to maintain cohesion and prevent the emergence of dangerous divisions based on economic status or regional origins. Religious observance during the journey required creative adaptation to circumstances far different from the settled communities of Babylon. The Sabbath presented particular challenges, as the need to maintain security and care for animals could not be suspended for a full day. Rabbinical authorities developed flexible interpretations of religious law that allowed necessary work while preserving the essential character of Sabbath observance. Daily prayers were conducted in small groups throughout the caravan, creating a rhythm of worship that helped maintain spiritual discipline despite the hardships of travel. The crossing of major rivers presented both logistical challenges and symbolic moments of transition. At each ford, the community paused to offer prayers of thanksgiving for safe passage and to reflect on the significance of their journey. The crossing of the Euphrates, in particular, was marked by ceremony and celebration, as the returnees officially left Babylonian territory and entered the western regions of the Persian Empire. Children who had been born in exile crossed the great river for the first time, while their parents remembered crossing it in the opposite direction 50 years earlier as prisoners of war. Disease posed a constant threat to the traveling community, as the crowded conditions and limited sanitation of caravan life provided ideal circumstances for the spread of illness. The community's physicians, trained in both Babylonian medical practices and traditional Jewish healing methods, worked tirelessly to prevent outbreaks and treat the sick. When epidemics did occur, they tested the community's solidarity and revealed both the strengths and weaknesses of the social bonds that held the caravan together. The birth of children during the journey created moments of joy and hope that contrasted with the hardships of travel. These babies, born between the exile and the homeland, symbolized the transitional character of the return movement and the promise of new life in the restored land. Their circumcisions and naming ceremonies became community celebrations that strengthened the bonds among the travelers and reaffirmed their commitment to Jewish traditions. Deaths during the journey brought profound sorrow and raised difficult questions about burial practices and mourning rituals. The traditional preference for burial in the ancestral homeland conflicted with the practical necessities of travel, leading to adaptations of funeral rites that honored the dead while allowing the caravan to continue its journey. The graves of those who died en route became waypoints in the collective memory of the return, marking the cost of the journey and the sacrifices made for the sake of restoration. The approach to the borders of Judah created intense anticipation and anxiety among the returnees. Many had never seen the land of their ancestors, while others retained childhood memories of places they had not visited for decades. The landscape itself had changed during the years of abandonment, as cultivated fields reverted to wilderness and settlements fell into decay. The contrast between their idealized memories of Zion and the actual condition of the land would prove to be one of the most psychologically challenging aspects of the return. Rebuilding Jerusalem. The first sight of Jerusalem's ruins struck the returning exiles with a mixture of profound sorrow and determined resolve that would define their entire reconstruction effort. The city that had dominated their dreams and prayers for 50 years lay before them as a stark reminder of the destruction that had driven them into exile. The massive stones of the Temple Mount lay scattered and broken. The walls that had once protected the holy city were reduced to rubble, and weeds grew in the streets where their ancestors had walked in procession to worship. Sheshbazzar, as the appointed governor, faced the immediate challenge of establishing basic governance and order in a devastated landscape. The returning community needed shelter, food, and security before any larger reconstruction effort could begin. The ruins of Jerusalem provided some materials for temporary construction, but the returnees also had to compete with local populations who had been salvaging stones and timber from the abandoned city for their own use. The question of where to establish the initial settlement created the first major debate among the returnees. Some argued for immediately beginning reconstruction within the old city walls, viewing this as essential for maintaining the symbolic and religious significance of Jerusalem. Others favored establishing temporary communities in the surrounding areas, where agricultural activities could provide food and resources for the eventual reconstruction effort. The compromise solution that emerged reflected the practical wisdom gained during the years of exile. Simultaneous efforts would be made to establish both agricultural settlements in the countryside and a core community within Jerusalem itself. The allocation of land and property rights presented complex legal and ethical challenges that tested the community's commitment to justice and mutual support. The Torah contained detailed provisions for land ownership and inheritance, but the destruction and abandonment of the city had created unprecedented circumstances that required new solutions. Some returnees could produce documentation proving their family's pre-exile ownership of specific properties, while others had to rely on oral traditions and community memory. The leadership established tribunals to hear claims and resolve disputes, developing precedents that would influence Jewish law for centuries to come. Children too young for heavy work gathered stones and cleared pathways, while elderly community members provided food and encouragement for the workers. The restoration of Jerusalem's water supply became an urgent priority as the community grew and the summer heat intensified. The spring of Gihon, which had provided water for the ancient city, had been partially blocked by debris and required extensive clearing and repair. The complex system of channels and reservoirs that had distributed water throughout the city needed to be rebuilt almost entirely. The technical expertise required for this work had been preserved among Jewish craftsmen in Babylon, but adapting their knowledge to the specific challenges of Jerusalem's topography required innovation and experimentation. Security concerns dominated the early phases of reconstruction as the returning community faced hostility from some local populations, who viewed their arrival as a threat to the political and economic arrangements that had developed during the years of abandonment. Samaritan leaders in particular opposed the reconstruction effort, claiming that the returnees had forfeited their rights to the land through their absence, and that the establishment of a new Jewish community would destabilize the region. The construction of temporary fortifications around the core settlement areas required careful balancing of defensive needs with diplomatic considerations. The Persian administration had authorized the return and reconstruction, but local officials sometimes sympathized with the concerns of established populations. The returnees had to demonstrate that their security measures were purely defensive, while also showing that they possessed the capability to defend themselves against attack. The reestablishment of markets and trade relationships proved essential for the community's economic survival and growth. The returnees brought valuable skills and connections from their years in Babylon, but they also needed to develop new relationships with local suppliers and customers. The gradual restoration of Jerusalem as a commercial center required building trust with neighboring communities, while maintaining the religious and cultural distinctiveness that had motivated the return. The question of religious authority and leadership created tensions that reflected the diverse backgrounds and experiences of the returning community. Some returnees had maintained strict adherence to traditional practices throughout their exile, while others had adapted their observances to Babylonian circumstances. The priesthood faced the particular challenge of reestablishing ritual purity and proper procedures for worship. Without the physical temple, it had been the center of pre-exile religious life. The education of children became a priority that reflected the community's commitment to preserving and transmitting Jewish traditions to the next generation. Schools had to be established in temporary facilities, using whatever materials could be gathered or salvaged. Teachers drew on both traditional Jewish learning and the broader educational experiences they had gained in Babylon, creating a synthesis of knowledge that would influence Jewish education for centuries. The gradual arrival of additional groups of returnees from Babylon created both opportunities and challenges for the developing community. Each new group brought additional skills, resources, and manpower, but also created new demands on limited resources and sometimes brought different perspectives on priorities and methods. The integration of these successive waves of immigration required diplomatic skill and administrative flexibility from the leadership. Reconstructing the temple. The laying of the temple's foundation in the second year after the return represented the most emotionally charged moment in the entire reconstruction process, a ceremony that crystallized both the hopes and the sorrows of a people attempting to rebuild their relationship with the divine. The event brought together returnees who had never seen Solomon's original temple, with elderly priests and Levites who retained vivid memories of its glory, creating a gathering that bridged the gap between memory and hope, between destruction and restoration. Zerubbabel, who had assumed leadership of the community after Sheshbazzar, understood that the temple reconstruction would serve as both the spiritual center of the restored community and a powerful symbol of Jewish determination to reestablish their homeland. The decision to begin temple construction before completing the city's walls or fully establishing agricultural self-sufficiency reflected the community's conviction that worship must be at the heart of their reconstruction effort. The preparation for laying the foundation required months of careful planning and gathering of materials. Cedar wood had to be imported from Lebanon, following the precedent established by Solomon centuries earlier. The Persian administration had authorized these imports as part of their support for the reconstruction, but the practical arrangements required complex negotiations with Phoenician merchants and careful coordination of transportation across difficult terrain. The quarrying and preparation of foundation stones demanded skills that had been preserved among Jewish craftsmen during the exile, but had to be adapted to the specific requirements of temple construction. The stones had to meet not only structural standards, but also the ritual requirements for sacred architecture. Each stone was carefully selected, cut, and blessed before being transported to the Temple Mount, creating a process that combined practical construction work with religious ceremony. The selection and training of priests and Levites for temple service presented unique challenges that reflected the complex history of the exile period. Some priestly families had maintained their genealogical records throughout the Babylonian period and could clearly establish their right to serve in the temple. Others had lost their documentation during the chaos of exile and deportation, creating disputes that required the establishment of special tribunals to examine claims and resolve conflicts. The ritual purification of the temple site required extensive consultation with religious authorities and careful study of traditional practices that had been preserved in written form but not practiced for 50 years. The site had to be cleared not only of physical debris, but also of any ritual contamination that might have occurred during the years of abandonment. This process involved both practical cleaning and elaborate ceremonial purifications that re-established the sacred character of the space. Opposition to the temple reconstruction emerged from multiple sources and created ongoing challenges that tested the community's resolve and political skill. Samaritan leaders offered to participate in the construction effort, claiming that they too worshipped the God of Israel and deserved a role in the temple's restoration. The returnees' rejection of this offer created lasting hostility and led to active efforts to sabotage the construction work. Local governors and administrators, while not openly opposing the reconstruction, sometimes created bureaucratic obstacles that delayed progress and increased costs. These officials claimed to be concerned about the political implications of temple reconstruction, suggesting that it might lead to renewed Jewish independence movements that would threaten Persian control of the region. The returnees had to repeatedly demonstrate their loyalty to the Persian Empire while asserting their right to rebuild their religious center. The shortage of skilled workers created ongoing delays and quality control problems that frustrated the community leadership and tested the patience of donors and supporters. Many of the craftsmen who had worked on Solomon's original temple had died during the exile, and their knowledge had been only partially transmitted to the next generation. Young men had to be trained in specialized skills while the construction work proceeded, creating a constant need to balance speed with quality. Financial resources for the temple reconstruction came from multiple sources, but remained insufficient for the ambitious plans that had been developed. Wealthy returnees contributed generously from their personal resources, while the broader community participated through smaller donations and volunteer labor. The Persian treasury provided some support, but the amounts were limited and came with strings attached that sometimes conflicted with Jewish religious requirements. The actual laying of the foundation stones created a ceremony that became one of the most memorable events in the history of the return. Priests wearing their ceremonial garments led processions around the construction site, while Levites sang psalms of thanksgiving and praise. The sound of trumpets and cymbals echoed across the hills surrounding Jerusalem, announcing to the world that the Jewish people had returned to their homeland and were rebuilding their sacred center. The emotional impact of the foundation ceremony revealed the complex psychology of the return movement and the diverse perspectives that existed within the returning community. Young people who had been born in exile celebrated the beginning of construction with unrestrained joy, viewing it as the fulfillment of their hopes and the beginning of a new chapter in Jewish history. Elderly returnees who remembered the original temple wept as they compared the modest beginning of the new structure with the magnificence of what had been destroyed. The contrast between the celebration and the mourning that occurred simultaneously during the foundation ceremony reflected the broader challenges facing the returning community. They were attempting to rebuild not just a physical structure, but an entire civilization, and the process inevitably involved both gains and losses, both continuity and change. The temple that would eventually rise on the foundation they were laying would be different from Solomon's temple, just as the community that was building it was different from the pre-exiled Jewish society. Work on the temple proceeded slowly and irregularly over the following years, as the community struggled to balance religious priorities with practical necessities. Periods of intensive construction alternated with times when work virtually stopped due to opposition, resource shortages, or competing demands for labor and materials. The partially completed structure became a symbol of both progress and frustration, representing the gap between aspiration and achievement that characterized much of the early restoration period. The prophetic voices of Haggai and Zechariah emerged during this period to provide both criticism and encouragement for the reconstruction effort. These prophets challenged the community's priorities when they seemed to focus more on their own comfort than on completing the temple, but they also provided visions of future glory that sustained hope during the most difficult periods. Their prophecies became part of the biblical canon, preserving for future generations both the challenges and the spiritual insights of this crucial period. The economic aspects of preparation for return created both opportunities and anxieties within the Jewish community. Families who had decided to return faced the challenge of converting their Babylonian assets into portable form while obtaining the resources necessary for reestablishing themselves in Palestine. Property sales, business liquidations, and the collection of outstanding debts required careful timing to maximize returns while avoiding market disruptions that might harm the broader Jewish community. The emotional preparation for departure proved to be as challenging as the practical arrangements. Jewish families throughout Babylon found themselves engaged in a prolonged process of leave-taking that involved not only their non-Jewish neighbors, but also Jewish friends and relatives who had chosen to remain. These farewells were made more difficult by the uncertainty about whether the separated families would ever see each other again, given the distances involved and the uncertainties associated with establishing new communities in Palestine. The religious preparation for return involved extensive consultation with Jewish scriptures and traditions to determine the proper procedures for reestablishing temple worship and community life in Jerusalem. The priests and scribes who would be responsible for these tasks faced the challenge of adapting religious practices that had been developed for exile conditions to the different circumstances that would prevail in the restored homeland. Questions about ritual purity, temple procedures, and community organization required careful study and preparation. The gathering of returnees in designated staging areas near Babylon created temporary communities that served as previews of the challenges and opportunities that would characterize life in the restored homeland. These assemblages brought together Jews from different backgrounds, economic circumstances, and levels of religious observance, requiring the development of new patterns of cooperation and mutual support. The experience of living together in these temporary communities helped to prepare returnees for the collaborative effort that would be necessary for successful resettlement. The inventory and preparation of the temple vessels and other sacred objects being returned to Jerusalem required special care and ceremony. These items, which had been preserved in Babylonian temples and royal treasuries for nearly 50 years, represented tangible links to the pre-exile period and symbols of continuity with ancient Jewish traditions. The process of cataloging, cleaning, and preparing these objects for transport became occasions for religious ceremony and community celebration. The farewell ceremonies held in Jewish communities throughout Babylon reflected the profound emotional significance of the return movement for both those who were leaving and those who were staying. These gatherings combined expressions of joy at the fulfillment of ancient hopes with sorrow at the separation of families and friends. The ceremonies also provided opportunities for the Jewish communities to reaffirm their commitment to maintaining connections between the returnees and those who remained in Babylon. The final phases of preparation involved the actual assembly of the caravan that would make the journey to Jerusalem. This process required the coordination of thousands of individuals and families, along with their possessions, livestock, and supplies, into an organized traveling community capable of maintaining order and security during the long journey ahead. The creation of this traveling community represented a remarkable achievement in organization and logistics that demonstrated the administrative capabilities that Jews had developed during their years of exile. The departure from Babylon was accompanied by ceremonies that acknowledged both the significance of the moment and the complexity of emotions it generated. Persian officials participated in these ceremonies as part of their commitment to supporting the return movement, while Babylonian neighbors gathered to bid farewell to Jewish friends and colleagues. The ceremonies combined expressions of gratitude to the Persian emperor for his decree with prayers for divine protection during the journey ahead and success in rebuilding the homeland. The organization of the traveling caravan required careful attention to security, logistics, and internal governance. The route to Jerusalem passed through territories where central authority was sometimes weak and where traveling groups might face harassment from bandits or hostile local populations. The Persian administration provided some military escort for portions of the journey, but the returnees also had to organize their own security arrangements and establish procedures for maintaining order within the caravan. The departure of the returnees from Babylon marked the end of one chapter in Jewish history and the beginning of another. The community that set out for Jerusalem was fundamentally different from the one that had arrived in Babylon 50 years earlier. They had been transformed by their exile experience, enriched by their contact with Babylonian and Persian culture, and strengthened by their successful adaptation to challenging circumstances. They carried with them not only the hope of rebuilding their ancient homeland, but also the knowledge, skills, and perspectives that would enable them to create something new and unprecedented in the process. The preparations for return had revealed both the unity and the diversity that characterized the Jewish exile community. While Jews throughout Babylon had maintained their shared commitment to their ancestral traditions, they had also developed different perspectives and priorities based on their particular circumstances and experiences. The return movement represented an attempt to channel this diversity toward the common goal of rebuilding Jewish life in Palestine, while acknowledging that not all Jews would participate in this effort, and that the diaspora communities would continue to play important roles in Jewish life. The success of the preparation process reflected the remarkable adaptability and resilience that had enabled the Jewish people to survive and flourish during their years of exile. The organizational skills, cultural sophistication, and religious creativity that had sustained them in Babylon would prove to be invaluable assets in the even greater challenge that lay ahead. The reconstruction of a homeland that existed more in memory and hope than in contemporary reality. The return to Jerusalem would test whether the lessons learned in exile could be successfully applied to the task of rebuilding not just a city and a temple, but an entire civilization. The return to Zion, the journey home. The great caravan that departed from Babylon in the spring of 538 BCE stretched for miles across the ancient landscape, a river of humanity flowing westward toward a homeland that existed more in memory than in the lived experience of most who traveled toward it. At the head of this extraordinary procession rode Sheshbatzar, the appointed governor, carrying with him not only the sacred vessels of Solomon's temple, but also the weight of a people's hopes and the responsibility for transforming divine decree into earthly reality. The logistics of moving nearly 50,000 people across 800 miles of often hostile territory represented an organizational challenge unlike any previously undertaken by the Jewish people. The caravan included not only the returnees themselves, but also their servants, livestock, and the material possessions they had accumulated during half a century of life in Babylon. Hundreds of wagons creaked under the weight of household goods, tools, building materials, and provisions for the journey. Herds of cattle, flocks of sheep and goats, and strings of donkeys and camels accompanied the human travelers, creating a moving city that required constant coordination and oversight. The Persian administration had provided military escort for the initial stages of the journey, but as the caravan moved beyond the well-patrolled regions near Babylon, the returnees increasingly relied on their own resources for protection. Men who had been merchants and craftsmen in Babylon found themselves standing guard duty, learning to handle weapons and organize watch schedules. The peaceful prosperity of exile had not prepared them for the dangers of the road, but necessity proved an effective teacher, and the community quickly developed the skills needed for collective defense. The route westward followed ancient trade paths that had connected the civilizations of Mesopotamia with the Mediterranean world for millennia. These roads passed through territories controlled by various local rulers who maintained complex relationships with the Persian Empire. Some welcomed the caravan as a source of trade and revenue, offering provisions and safe passage in exchange for payment. Others viewed the large group with suspicion or saw it as an opportunity for extortion, demanding tribute for passage through their domains. The diversity of the traveling community created both challenges and opportunities as the journey progressed. Wealthy returnees who had prospered in Babylon traveled in relative comfort, with servants to attend their needs and resources to purchase additional supplies along the way. Poor families struggled with the basic necessities of survival, dependent on community support and shared resources. The caravan leadership worked constantly to maintain cohesion and prevent the emergence of dangerous divisions based on economic status or regional origins. Religious observance during the journey required creative adaptation to circumstances far different from the settled communities of Babylon. The Sabbath presented particular challenges, as the need to maintain security and care for animals could not be suspended for a full day. Rabbinical authorities developed flexible interpretations of religious law that allowed necessary work while preserving the essential character of Sabbath observance. Daily prayers were conducted in small groups throughout the caravan, creating a rhythm of worship that helped maintain spiritual discipline despite the hardships of travel. The crossing of major rivers presented both logistical challenges and symbolic moments of transition. At each ford, the community paused to offer prayers of thanksgiving for safe passage and to reflect on the significance of their journey. The crossing of the Euphrates, in particular, was marked by ceremony and celebration, as the returnees officially left Babylonian territory and entered the western regions of the Persian Empire. Children who had been born in exile crossed the great river for the first time, while their parents remembered crossing it in the opposite direction 50 years earlier as prisoners of war. The gradual progress of temple construction created a rhythm of religious life that helped sustain the community through the difficulties of the restoration period. Even before the temple was completed, portions of the structure were used for worship and sacrifice, allowing the returnees to re-establish their connection with traditional practices. These early worship services, conducted in partially completed surroundings, symbolize the transitional character of the entire restoration process. The temple reconstruction project served as a focal point for community identity and solidarity, providing a common goal that transcended the differences of background and perspective that sometimes divided the returnees. Work on the temple brought together people from all social classes and regional origins, creating shared experiences that strengthened the bonds of the restored community. The temple became not just a religious center, but a symbol of collective achievement and determination. The completion of the temple's basic structure, while still lacking many of the ornaments and furnishings that would mark its full restoration, represented a triumph of persistence and faith over seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The dedication ceremony that marked this achievement brought together returnees from throughout the region, creating a celebration that rivaled the foundation ceremony in its emotional impact and historical significance. The restored temple, while smaller and less ornate than Solomon's original structure, served as a powerful testament to the returnees' success in re-establishing Jewish life in their ancestral homeland. It provided a center for worship and religious instruction that would serve the community for centuries to come, and it demonstrated that the Jewish people possessed the faith, skills, and determination necessary to rebuild their civilization from the ruins of destruction. The temple reconstruction project also established precedents and developed expertise that would prove valuable in later reconstruction efforts. The organizational methods, fundraising techniques, and construction practices developed during this period became models for future Jewish building projects. More importantly, the spiritual and emotional lessons learned during the reconstruction process became part of the collective memory of the Jewish people, providing inspiration and guidance for later generations facing their own challenges of rebuilding and restoration. The success of the temple reconstruction, despite all the obstacles and delays that had marked the process, provided the returning community with confidence in their ability to achieve their larger goals of reestablishing Jewish civilization in the land of Israel. The temple stood as proof that the promises of return and restoration were not mere dreams, but achievable realities, accessible to a people willing to work and sacrifice for their realization. The sound of worship and sacrifice, once again echoing from the Temple Mount, announced to the world that the Jewish people had successfully returned to Zion and were prepared to face whatever challenges the future might bring. The gradual progress of temple construction created a rhythm of religious life that helped sustain the community through the difficulties of the restoration period. Even before the temple was completed, portions of the structure were used for worship and sacrifice, allowing the returnees to re-establish their connection with traditional practices. These early worship services, conducted in partially completed surroundings, symbolized the transitional character of the entire restoration process. The temple reconstruction project served as a focal point for community identity and solidarity, providing a common goal that transcended the differences of background and perspective that sometimes divided the returnees. Work on the temple brought together people from all social classes and regional origins, creating shared experiences that strengthened the bonds of the restored community. The temple became not just a religious center, but a symbol of collective achievement and determination. The completion of the temple's basic structure, while still lacking many of the ornaments and furnishings that would mark its full restoration, represented a triumph of persistence and faith over seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The dedication ceremony that marked this achievement brought together returnees from throughout the region, creating a celebration that rivaled the foundation ceremony in its emotional impact and historical significance. The restored temple, while smaller and less ornate than Solomon's original structure, served as a powerful testament to the returnees' success in re-establishing Jewish life in their ancestral homeland. It provided a center for worship and religious instruction that would serve the community for centuries to come, and it demonstrated that the Jewish people possessed the faith, skills, and determination necessary to rebuild their civilization from the ruins of destruction. The Temple Reconstruction Project also established precedents and developed expertise that would prove valuable in later reconstruction efforts. The organizational methods, fundraising techniques, and construction practices developed during this period became models for future Jewish building projects. More importantly, the spiritual and emotional lessons learned during the reconstruction process became part of the collective memory of the Jewish people, providing inspiration and guidance for later generations facing their own challenges of rebuilding and restoration. The success of the temple reconstruction, despite all the obstacles and delays that had marked the process, provided the returning community with confidence in their ability to achieve their larger goals of reestablishing Jewish civilization in the land of Israel. The temple stood as proof that the promises of return and restoration were not mere dreams, but achievable realities, accessible to a people willing to work and sacrifice for their realization. The sound of worship and sacrifice, once again echoing from the Temple Mount, announced to the world that the Jewish people had successfully returned to Zion and were prepared to face whatever challenges the future might bring. Legacy of Cyrus and the Jewish people, how Cyrus was remembered. The memory of Cyrus the Great transcended the boundaries of empire, culture, and time, creating a legacy that would influence civilizations across 3 continents and echo through millennia of human history. Unlike most ancient conquerors, whose reputations rested solely on military prowess, Cyrus established a model of leadership that combined effective governance with moral vision, earning him recognition not just as a successful ruler, but as an exemplar of enlightened kingship. In the Persian tradition, Cyrus became the archetypal figure of royal virtue and the foundation upon which all subsequent Persian claims to legitimacy rested. The Achaemenid dynasty that followed him consistently invoked his memory and sought to demonstrate their continuity with his principles and policies. Persian court historians developed elaborate genealogies connecting later rulers to Cyrus, while royal inscriptions regularly referenced his achievements and claimed to follow his example in matters of governance and religious policy. The Persian conception of Cyrus emphasized his role as the chosen instrument of Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity of Zoroastrianism, who had granted him victory over his enemies and wisdom in ruling his vast domains. This religious interpretation of his success provided a theological framework that justified Persian rule over diverse populations and cultures. The Persian kings who succeeded Cyrus portrayed themselves as continuing his divinely sanctioned mission to bring order and justice to the known world. Persian popular culture preserved stories of Cyrus that emphasized his personal virtue and his concern for the welfare of his subjects. These tales, passed down through oral tradition and later recorded by historians, depicted him as a ruler who personally investigated the conditions of his people, who showed mercy to defeated enemies, and who maintained simple personal habits despite his enormous wealth and power. The contrast between these idealized portraits and the often harsh realities of Persian imperial administration suggests the powerful hold that Cyrus's memory maintained on the Persian imagination. The Persian military tradition honored Cyrus as the creator of the strategic and tactical innovations that had made Persian conquest possible. His integration of different fighting styles and his use of psychological warfare became standard elements of Persian military doctrine. Persian military academies studied his campaigns and used them as models for training future commanders, ensuring that his strategic insights continued to influence Persian warfare long after his death. Jewish memory of Cyrus developed along distinctly different lines, focusing not on his military achievements or administrative innovations, but on his role as the liberator of the exiled and the facilitator of restoration. In Jewish tradition, Cyrus became a figure of almost messianic significance, the foreign king whom God had chosen to end the Babylonian exile and enable the reconstruction of Jerusalem and its temple. The Hebrew Bible's portrayal of Cyrus as the Anointed One, or Messiah of the Lord, represented an unprecedented recognition of divine favor being extended to a non-Jewish ruler. This theological innovation had profound implications for Jewish understanding of God's relationship with the nations and the role that foreign powers might play in the unfolding of divine purposes. The prophet Isaiah's presentation of Cyrus as God's chosen instrument challenged traditional assumptions about the boundaries between sacred and secular authority. Jewish liturgical tradition incorporated prayers of thanksgiving for Cyrus's decree and established commemorative practices that ensured his memory would be preserved in regular worship. These liturgical elements connected Cyrus's actions to the broader pattern of divine intervention in Jewish history, placing him alongside figures like Moses and David as instruments of God's redemptive work. The annual reading of biblical passages referring to Cyrus kept his memory alive in Jewish communities throughout the world. The development of Jewish law and interpretation during the post-exilic period repeatedly referenced Cyrus's policies as precedents for understanding the relationship between Jewish religious obligations and secular governmental authority. Rabbinical discussions of taxation, military service, and civil obedience often cited the example of Jewish cooperation with Cyrus's administration as a model for subsequent relationships with non-Jewish rulers. Jewish historical writing, beginning with the biblical accounts and continuing through later chronicles and commentaries, consistently portrayed Cyrus as a pivotal figure whose actions had shaped the entire course of Jewish history. These historical works emphasize the providential character of his rise to power and the remarkable correspondence between his policies and Jewish needs and aspirations. The Greek intellectual tradition approached Cyrus from philosophical and political perspectives that emphasized his significance as a model ruler and a subject for theoretical analysis. Greek historians like Herodotus and Xenophon provided detailed accounts of his life and achievements that became foundational sources for later European understanding of ancient Persian history. Herodotus's treatment of Cyrus in his histories established many of the themes that would dominate Greek and later Western interpretations of his significance. Herodotus portrayed Cyrus as a figure who embodied both the virtues and the limitations of absolute power, a ruler whose achievements were remarkable, but whose empire ultimately fell victim to the hubris and excess that the Greeks believed were inevitable consequences of unlimited authority. Xenophon's Cyropaedia offered a more idealized portrait that used Cyrus as a vehicle for exploring questions of political philosophy and moral education. Xenophon's Cyrus became a model of the philosopher king, a ruler who combined practical wisdom with moral virtue, and who demonstrated the possibility of benevolent despotism. This work became one of the most influential political treatises of the ancient world, shaping European ideas about kingship and governance for centuries. The Greek philosophical tradition found in Cyrus, a useful case study for examining the relationship between individual character and political success. Philosophers debated whether his achievements resulted primarily from personal virtue, favorable circumstances, or divine favor, and these discussions contributed to broader philosophical inquiries about the nature of leadership and the sources of political legitimacy. Greek military historians studied Cyrus's campaigns as examples of strategic innovation and tactical excellence. His ability to coordinate diverse military forces and to adapt his strategies to different opponents and circumstances became subjects of analysis that influenced Greek military thinking. The contrast between his flexible, adaptive approach and the more rigid tactical systems preferred by Greek city-states provided material for ongoing debates about military organization and command. The incorporation of Persian historical materials into Greek historical writing ensured that Greek accounts of Cyrus preserved elements of Persian court tradition and official propaganda alongside Greek analysis and interpretation. This synthesis created a complex portrait that reflected both Persian admiration for their founder and Greek appreciation for his achievements while maintaining Greek skepticism about the ultimate value of imperial conquest. Roman historians and political theorists inherited the Greek fascination with Cyrus and adapted it to serve Roman imperial ideology and administrative needs. Roman writers found in Cyrus a precedent for the benevolent conquest and administration of diverse populations, a model that seemed to validate Roman claims to be bringing civilization and order to the barbarian world. The Roman legal tradition showed particular interest in Cyrus's administrative innovations and his policies toward subject populations. Roman jurists studied Persian legal precedents and incorporated some Persian practices into Roman law, particularly in areas related to provincial administration and the governance of non-Roman peoples. Roman military writers analyzed Cyrus's campaigns as examples of successful imperial expansion and drew lessons that influenced Roman strategic thinking. The Persian model of creating local allies and incorporating conquered peoples into imperial military forces provided precedents that Roman commanders found useful in their own campaigns of conquest and consolidation. The Roman imperial court developed ceremonies and rituals that deliberately echoed Persian precedents, including elements that could be traced back to Cyrus's reign. These ceremonial borrowings reflected Roman recognition of Persian achievements in imperial administration and their desire to associate themselves with successful models of universal rule. Christian interpretations of Cyrus emerged as Christianity spread throughout the Roman Empire and encountered the biblical traditions that portrayed him as an instrument of divine will. Early Christian theologians found in Cyrus a powerful example of God's ability to use non-Christian rulers to accomplish divine purposes, a theme that became particularly relevant as Christianity sought accommodation with Roman imperial authority. The Christian theological tradition developed sophisticated interpretations of Cyrus's role in salvation history that connected his liberation of the Jewish exiles to the broader pattern of divine redemption that culminated in the ministry of Jesus Christ. These interpretations portrayed Cyrus as a prefiguration of Christ, a deliverer whose actions anticipated the ultimate deliverance that Christianity proclaimed. Christian historical writing incorporated the biblical portrayal of Cyrus into broader narratives of world history that emphasized divine providence and the unfolding of God's purposes through historical events. These Christian histories presented Cyrus as evidence that God controls the rise and fall of empires and uses even pagan rulers to accomplish divine objectives. The liturgical traditions of various Christian churches included prayers and readings that commemorated Cyrus's role in ending the Babylonian exile, connecting his actions to the broader Christian story of redemption and restoration. These liturgical elements ensured that Christian communities maintained awareness of his significance and understood his place in the sacred history that they claimed as their own. Influence on later history. The governmental and administrative innovations pioneered by Cyrus created institutional frameworks and policy precedents that influenced the development of imperial systems across the ancient world and beyond. His approach to managing diverse populations within a unified political structure provided solutions to problems that would confront every subsequent empire, making his methods subjects of study and emulation for centuries. The Persian administrative system that Cyrus established became the template for imperial governance that was adopted, with modifications, by the Macedonian Empire under Alexander the Great and his successors. Alexander's conquest of the Persian Empire brought him into direct contact with Persian administrative practices, and despite his initial hostility to Persian culture, he gradually recognized the effectiveness of Persian methods and incorporated many of them into his own system of rule. The Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged from the fragmentation of Alexander's empire retained significant elements of Persian administrative structure, particularly in their approaches to governing culturally diverse populations. The Seleucid Empire, which controlled much of the former Persian heartland, maintained many Persian practices virtually unchanged, while the Ptolemaic Empire in Egypt adapted Persian methods to local conditions and traditions. The Roman Empire, despite its different cultural origins and political traditions, borrowed extensively from Persian precedents in developing its own imperial administration. Roman provincial governance incorporated Persian practices related to taxation, local autonomy, and the integration of local elites into imperial service. The Roman concept of citizenship as a unifying force within a diverse empire reflected insights that had first been systematically applied in the Persian system. The influence of Persian administrative methods extended beyond the Mediterranean world to affect the development of imperial systems in Central and South Asia. The Mauryan Empire in India adopted Persian practices in taxation, communication, and provincial administration, while the Kushan Empire that succeeded the Greeks in Central Asia maintained Persian ceremonial and administrative traditions that had been established centuries earlier. The Chinese imperial system, while developing largely independently, showed remarkable parallels to Persian practices that suggest either direct influence through Central Asian contacts or the independent discovery of similar solutions to common imperial problems. Chinese practices related to religious tolerance, local autonomy, and the integration of conquered peoples reflected approaches that had been pioneered in the Persian Empire. The Byzantine Empire, as the successor to Rome in the Eastern Mediterranean, maintained many administrative practices that could be traced back through Roman and Hellenistic precedents to Persian origins. Byzantine religious policies, in particular, showed clear connections to the Persian tradition of official tolerance and support for diverse religious communities. The Islamic empires that conquered much of the former Persian territories inherited both the physical infrastructure and the administrative traditions that had been developed over centuries of Persian rule. The Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates adapted Persian practices to Islamic principles, creating hybrid systems that combined Arabian tribal traditions with Persian imperial methods. The influence of Persian administrative methods reached medieval Europe through multiple channels, including Byzantine practices, Islamic precedents, and the rediscovery of classical texts that described Persian institutions. Medieval European theories of kingship and imperial authority showed clear influence from Persian precedents that had been transmitted through these various intermediaries. The Mongol Empire, despite its nomadic origins, adopted Persian administrative practices as it conquered and attempted to govern settled populations. The Mongol adoption of Persian methods of taxation, communication, and local administration enabled them to maintain control over vast territories that would otherwise have been impossible to govern effectively. The Ottoman Empire represented perhaps the most direct continuation of Persian administrative traditions, combining Islamic principles with governmental practices that had been refined through centuries of Persian, Byzantine, and Islamic imperial experience. Ottoman institutions related to religious minorities, provincial governance, and imperial ceremonies showed clear connections to Persian precedents. The Mughal Empire in India similarly combined Islamic political theory with Persian administrative practices, creating a system that enabled effective rule over the diverse populations of the Indian subcontinent. Mughal policies toward religious minorities and local rulers reflected approaches that had been pioneered in the Persian Empire and refined through centuries of subsequent imperial experience. European colonial empires, despite their different cultural backgrounds and technological capabilities, faced administrative challenges similar to those that had confronted Cyrus and his successors. European colonial administrators studied historical precedents, including Persian practices, as they developed methods for governing diverse colonial populations. The modern concept of international law and diplomatic relations shows clear connections to Persian precedents, particularly in areas related to the treatment of minority populations and the rights of conquered peoples. The Persian tradition of formal treaties and diplomatic protocols provided precedents that influenced the development of international legal systems. Contemporary discussions of federalism and decentralized governance often reference Persian practices as early examples of successful attempts to balance central authority with local autonomy. The Persian system of satrapies provided a model for dividing authority between central and regional governments that has influenced modern federal systems. The Persian tradition of religious tolerance and official neutrality in religious matters provided precedents that influenced the development of modern concepts of religious freedom and the separation of church and state. The Persian practice of supporting diverse religious communities, while maintaining political unity, offered solutions to problems that continue to challenge modern governments. Lasting spiritual and moral impact. The designation of Cyrus as a Messiah in the Hebrew Bible represented not merely a historical assessment of his political achievements, but a profound theological innovation that would influence religious thinking for millennia. This unprecedented recognition of divine anointing being extended to a foreign ruler challenged traditional boundaries between sacred and secular authority and opened new possibilities for understanding God's relationship with the nations of the world. The theological implications of calling Cyrus the Anointed One reverberated through centuries of Jewish religious development, creating precedents for understanding how divine purposes might be accomplished through non-Jewish agents. This concept provided a framework for Jewish communities living under foreign rule to find religious meaning in their political circumstances and to identify divine providence operating through secular governance. The prophetic tradition that emerged from the exile period consistently referenced Cyrus as evidence of God's sovereignty over world events and divine ability to raise up rulers who would serve divine purposes even without conscious awareness of their role. This understanding of unconscious divine instrumentality became a central theme in Jewish theology and provided comfort to communities facing persecution or oppression. The rabbinic tradition that developed during the post-exilic period elaborated on the biblical portrayal of Cyrus, creating a rich body of interpretation and commentary that explored the theological significance of his actions. These rabbinic discussions examined questions about the relationship between divine sovereignty and human agency, the nature of prophecy and its fulfillment, and the extent to which non-Jews could participate in God's redemptive work. Jewish mystical traditions found in Cyrus a powerful symbol of hidden divine activity in the world, a representation of how God's purposes might be accomplished through unexpected agents and circumstances. The figure of Cyrus became part of Jewish mystical speculation about the nature of divine providence and the mysterious ways in which spiritual forces operate through material events. The influence of the Cyrus tradition on Jewish messianic expectations was profound and lasting, creating a template for understanding how divine deliverance might come through political and military means. Later Jewish movements looking for messianic deliverance often compared their hoped-for deliverers to Cyrus, expecting that God would again raise up a powerful ruler who would restore Jewish sovereignty and rebuild Jerusalem. Christian theological development was deeply influenced by the Jewish tradition regarding Cyrus, particularly in its understanding of how God might work through non-Christian rulers and institutions. Early Christian theologians used the example of Cyrus to explain how the Roman Empire, despite its pagan character, might serve divine purposes in spreading the Christian message and maintaining order in the world. The Christian concept of common grace, the idea that God's favor extends to all humanity, regardless of religious belief, found important precedent in the biblical portrayal of Cyrus. Christian theologians argued that just as God had blessed Cyrus with success and used him for divine purposes, so God continued to work through non-Christian rulers and institutions for the benefit of humanity. The development of Christian political theology was significantly influenced by the Cyrus precedent, particularly in discussions about the relationship between church and state and the extent to which Christians should cooperate with secular governments. The example of Jewish cooperation with Cyrus provided a model for Christian engagement with political authority that avoided both uncritical submission and revolutionary opposition. Christian interpretations of prophecy and divine providence consistently referenced Cyrus as an example of how God's promises find fulfillment through unexpected means and agents. The precision with which Isaiah's prophecies about Cyrus were fulfilled became a standard argument for the reliability of biblical prophecy and the reality of divine control over historical events. The Protestant Reformation drew heavily on the Cyrus tradition in developing theories about godly magistrates and the role of civil government in supporting religious reform. Protestant theologians argued that just as God had used Cyrus to restore true worship in Jerusalem, so God might use Christian rulers to reform the church and restore biblical religion. The development of modern evangelical Christianity showed particular interest in the Cyrus tradition as evidence for the reliability of biblical prophecy and the reality of divine intervention in human history. Evangelical interpreters used the fulfillment of prophecies about Cyrus as proof texts for the inspiration of Scripture and the accuracy of biblical predictions about future events. Contemporary Jewish thought continues to wrestle with the theological implications of the Cyrus tradition, particularly in light of modern Jewish history and the establishment of the State of Israel. Some Jewish thinkers have compared modern political developments to the ancient return from Babylon, seeing contemporary events as potential fulfillments of ancient prophetic patterns. The influence of the Cyrus tradition extends beyond specifically religious contexts to affect broader cultural and political discourse about leadership, tolerance, and the relationship between power and morality. The figure of Cyrus has become a symbol of enlightened leadership that transcends religious and cultural boundaries while maintaining respect for diversity and human dignity. Modern human rights discourse shows clear connections to principles that were first systematically applied in the Persian Empire under Cyrus. The Persian tradition of protecting minority rights and respecting local customs provided early precedents for concepts that have become central to modern international law and human rights advocacy. The contemporary discussion of religious freedom and government neutrality in religious matters continues to reference Persian precedents as early examples of successful policies that protected religious diversity while maintaining political unity. The Persian model of supporting various religious communities without favoring any particular tradition offers insights that remain relevant to modern pluralistic societies. Educational institutions around the world continue to study Cyrus as an example of leadership that combined practical effectiveness with moral vision. Business schools, military academies, and public administration programs use his career as a case study in strategic thinking, organizational leadership, and the management of cultural diversity. The lasting appeal of the Cyrus story reflects fundamental human aspirations for leadership that serves higher purposes than personal aggrandizement or narrow group interests. In an age of increasing global interconnection and cultural diversity, the Persian model of unity without uniformity continues to offer valuable insights for building inclusive societies that respect difference while maintaining coherence. The designation of Cyrus as the forgotten Messiah reflects the remarkable fact that despite his enormous historical significance and his unique biblical status, he remains relatively unknown to contemporary popular culture. This obscurity may result partly from the complexity of his legacy, which resists simple categorization, and partly from the way that later historical developments overshadowed the Persian achievement. Peaceful epilogue in the quietude that follows great historical upheavals. When the clash of armies fades and the dust of construction settles, we find ourselves contemplating a story that transcends the ordinary boundaries of conquest and empire. The tale of Cyrus and the Jewish people speaks to something deeper than political maneuvering or military strategy. It reveals the profound human capacity for hope to triumph over despair, for compassion to overcome cruelty, and for freedom to emerge from the darkest captivity. The morning sun that rose over Jerusalem in the years following the return cast its light upon a scene that would have seemed impossible to those who had witnessed the city's destruction half a century earlier. Where rubble had lain scattered, streets now bustled with the sounds of commerce and conversation. Where weeds had grown through broken stones, children played in courtyards, rebuilt by their parents' determined hands. Where silence had reigned in the holy places, the ancient songs of worship once again echoed from the Temple Mount, carrying prayers of thanksgiving across the hills of Judah. This transformation did not occur through miracle alone, though those who witnessed it surely saw divine providence in every restored stone and every returning family. It came through the patient work of human hands, guided by hope through the daily choices of individuals who believed that what had been broken could be mended, that what had been scattered could be gathered, that what had been lost could be found again. The rebuilding of Jerusalem stands as testament to the remarkable resilience of the human spirit when it is sustained by faith and motivated by love. The figure of Cyrus, viewed from the perspective of centuries, assumes an almost legendary quality that transcends his historical achievements. He represents the possibility that power, when exercised with wisdom and constrained by moral vision, can become an instrument of healing rather than harm. In an age when authority too often meant oppression and conquest, typically brought only suffering, Cyrus demonstrated that a different kind of leadership was possible, one that sought to elevate rather than degrade, to liberate rather than enslave, to unite rather than divide. The Persian king's decision to free the Jewish exiles and support their return cannot be understood merely as political calculation or administrative convenience. It reflected a profound understanding that true strength lies not in the ability to dominate others, but in the capacity to enable their flourishing. The empire that Cyrus built endured not because it crushed diversity, but because it created space for different peoples to maintain their identities while contributing to a larger whole. This lesson resonates across the millennia with undiminished relevance. In our own time, when the world grows smaller through technology, but often seems more fractured through conflict, the Persian model of unity without uniformity offers hope for building societies that celebrate rather than suppress human diversity. The vision of an empire where Jews could be Jews, Babylonians could be Babylonians, and Persians could be Persians all while participating in a shared civilization speaks to contemporary aspirations for multicultural harmony. The Jewish experience of exile and return illuminates truths about human nature that extend far beyond the boundaries of any single people or tradition. The capacity to maintain hope during seemingly hopeless circumstances, to preserve identity while adapting to foreign environments, to transform suffering into wisdom and loss into eventual gain. These represent universal human potentials that inspire all who encounter them. The preservation of Jewish faith and culture during the Babylonian exile demonstrates the remarkable power of memory and tradition to sustain communities through their darkest hours. When the temple lay in ruins and the homeland seemed lost forever, it was the quiet daily observance of prayer and study, the careful preservation of sacred texts and family traditions, the nurturing of children in the ways of their ancestors that kept alive the flame that would eventually rekindle in Jerusalem. This patient work of cultural preservation, carried out by individuals whose names history has largely forgotten, represents a form of heroism that deserves recognition alongside the achievements of kings and generals. The teachers who instructed children in distant Babylon, the scribes who copied and preserved ancient texts, the parents who told stories of Jerusalem to sons and daughters who had never seen the holy city. These quiet guardians of tradition made possible the eventual restoration that more famous figures would lead. The return to Jerusalem itself reveals the complex nature of all homecomings, whether literal or metaphorical. The returnees discovered that the homeland of their dreams was not identical to the land they actually encountered. 50 years of abandonment had changed the physical landscape, while 50 years of exile had changed the people themselves. The restoration they achieved was not a simple recreation of what had been lost, but a creative synthesis of memory and reality, tradition and innovation. This dynamic process of return and renewal offers hope to all who have experienced displacement, whether geographic, cultural, or spiritual. It suggests that while we cannot simply go back to what was before, we can move forward to something new that honors the past while engaging constructively with present realities. The rebuilt Jerusalem was both the same city and a different city, same in its essential identity and purpose, different in its specific form and characteristics. The legacy of this ancient story extends beyond the particular histories of Persians and Jews to touch upon universal themes that speak to the deepest human longings. The desire for freedom from oppression, the hope for return from exile, the dream of rebuilding what has been destroyed. These aspirations resonate in every generation and every culture. They remind us that no matter how dark the present circumstances may appear, the human capacity for renewal and restoration remains undiminished. As we reflect upon this remarkable chapter in human history, we are reminded that the greatest victories are not always won on battlefields, and the most lasting achievements are not always accomplished through force. Sometimes the most profound transformations occur through acts of unexpected kindness, through decisions to show mercy rather than demand retribution, through choices to build up rather than tear down. The story of Cyrus and the Jewish people ultimately speaks to the possibility of hope itself, hope that transcends immediate circumstances, hope that survives even the destruction of everything that seems most precious, hope that enables human beings to begin again when beginning again seems impossible. In this ancient tale of exile and return, of destruction and rebuilding, of separation and reunion, we find not just history, but prophecy, not just what was, but what yet might be. In the gentle evening light that bathes the hills around Jerusalem, as it has for thousands of years, we can almost hear the echo of ancient songs of thanksgiving, the whispered prayers of gratitude offered by those who had thought they would never see home again. Their voices join the eternal human chorus of those who have discovered that no exile is permanent, no destruction is final, and no hope is in vain when it is grounded in love and sustained by faith. The peace that settles over this story is not the peace of endings, but the peace of new beginnings, the quiet confidence that flows from the knowledge that compassion is stronger than cruelty, that freedom is more powerful than oppression, and that hope, against all odds and despite all evidence to the contrary, has the final word in human affairs.